Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We still need one more. 1, 2, 6. We just need 7. Appropriations Committee will come back to order. We're on item number 8, Enterprise Technology Services, interim topic number 2, including large IT projects and implementation of 2020 consultant recommendation. So, Director Sheehan, how are you today? Just fine, thank you. So why don't you go ahead? We've got you set up to review some things with us. We'll just turn it over to you and go ahead and introduce your team and we're eager to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Timothy Sheehan, the interim CIO and interim director for the Department of Enterprise Technology Services. And besides me, I have Jason Miller, our interim deputy CIO and director. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present our progress on improving how ETS reviews IT exception requests, ongoing maintenance requests, and especially the coordinated planning and review of large IT projects between ETS and state agencies. Information today may be a little bit lengthy, could be wordy, and I will do my best not to use overly technical jargon. Most importantly, I am here to highlight the work of the great staff at ETS. Without them, this would not be possible. We have adjusted the mission, vision, and values of ETS to better align with this new direction. Our new vision or our new mission statement is to collaborate with all levels of government to provide excellent technology services, empowering the citizens of Wyoming to live and work more securely, efficiently, and productively. We will do this by embodying our vision to promote trusted, valued, and dependable partnerships as a provider of choice. The provider of choice is key. We know agencies may have to work with us. We would prefer they want to work with us. Our plan to get there is by incorporating our values into everything we do: integrity, respect, consistency, teamwork, and grit. Before jumping into the details, Mr. Chairman, is there a preference of the committee to hold questions until the end of the presentation, or would you prefer to ask them throughout the presentation?
If it's okay to you, we'll probably do both.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds great. Discussion points today will involve a brief background of why we are here today, a little history on what Barry Dunn provided, the phases and objectives we are working on in our implementation, and we will also highlight a real-life example of this change with the Department of Corrections at the conclusion of the first part of this presentation. A little bit on the background. Leading up to the 2020 budget session, there was growing concern by members of the Joint Appropriations Committee about the increasing IT costs in the state, specifically contract costs, maintenance costs, and escalators. Additionally, members shared they lack confidence and trust in the scrutiny ETS applied to large-scale IT projects. 2020 Wyoming session law outlined the Legislative Service Office shall retain a consultant to review the Department of Enterprise Technology Services funding request process, including recommendations on project review criteria, agency maturity, standards, and controls. Barry Dunn, a national information technology and management consulting firm, was chosen. They presented their report and recommendations to the JAC in November of 2020. And in a letter dated February 24th, 2021, the JAC asked ETS to provide a detailed status update on its progress implementing the recommendations included in the report, specifically on the standards, evaluation, criteria, processes for vetting information technology projects, and other items that were recommended by Barry Dunn. Barry Dunn ultimately reviewed 5 of the 19 state IT funding requests the legislature identified for further review. They reviewed if due diligence was exercised in the planning and decision-making related to the request. They also provided an analysis that might assist the JAC in making funding decisions for these requests. Barry Dunn provided us with some great tools to work with and also some goals to work towards. As we reviewed the recommendations, we created a 3-phase implementation plan to ensure we took all the necessary steps to do this properly. Before we continue into the first phase, I do want to take a quick opportunity to thank the previous director, Gordon Knott. He started ETS down a new IT service management path and more formally introduced ETS to the IDLE framework that I'll speak to later in the presentation. And I would also like to thank Director Shannon and Director Reiner and their staff from the respective agencies. We have worked through some of these processes with those two agencies and their feedback has been invaluable. And lastly, I'd like to express my appreciation for the support from the legislature in validating the path we are working towards and providing additional recommendations through the Barry Dunn report for us to implement change. In phase 1, I do want to make a quick note that this process is a journey and not a destination. Our objectives are clear, and while we have a set path to meet those objectives, we are also requesting feedback from our partners. If something does not seem to be productive or efficient, we will adjust accordingly. Throughout the presentation, I will share some lessons learned and how this has caused us to change our approach as we work through the implementation. And you may even notice some slight changes in this presentation from the original submission we gave the LSO a couple weeks ago. ETS must be agile in ensuring we meet the needs of our partners. Phase 1 are recommendations we thought that have the highest success rate of completing within 6 months. While most of these are fully implemented, we will continue to refine and move forward. One of the first items that we looked at was the agency IT budget summary and how it was presented for IT funding requests. Previously, we submitted a somewhat clunky spreadsheet with a bunch of numbers that may not have been clear on what the ask was for. In an effort to help agencies, the budget department, and eventually the legislature better understand these requests, we now include a document that has recommendations for standardized maintenance, cost alignment for standard hardware and software purchases. One example would be helping ensure that agencies across the board are paying the same price for the same item. We do now try to differentiate between one-time and recurring costs, specifically on project proposals over $200,000. And we give scrutiny for any clawbacks. We did have some lessons learned that we will incorporate in future budget years. ETS, we need to refine and standardize how agencies are submitting IT budget requests for CIO review. Each agency submits information in a little bit of a different format, and we need to do a better job explaining what we need and why. Standardizing how these requests should be submitted and what type of supporting documentation should be included will help streamline the review process and I believe provide greater transparency in our recommendations. Again, this is not the fault of the agencies. This is something we've never really asked for in the past. I believe we should also start earlier in the process. I've had a preliminary conversation with Director Hibbard for large IT projects. We need a little bit more time to ensure we provide the right information for those recommendations. Objective 2 was better understanding our customers and improving partnerships. And I'd like to take a moment to mention in our report that we said these portfolios were complete. The statement may have been a little misleading in that this is a continuous and iterative process. And something that we won't actually stop doing. Think of these as our customer relationship management tool. By better understanding our customers, we can assist them with their business needs and improve how we find efficiencies within the enterprise, the services we provide, and how we review future IT requests. These portfolios included the mission, vision, values, and goals of the agency, their organizational structure, business process mapping, data and data systems mapping, technologies inventory, and an initial security assessment. Lessons learned through this process is through this exercise, we found some agencies may not have full trust in ETS. And this to me is unacceptable. And this is one of the reasons why we have recently just sent out a survey to all agency directors. Some of that information is provided in the quality management report. And we will soon also send out a survey to all executive branch employees to find out where we are not meeting expectations and create a roadmap to build upon where we need to, or establish that trust. The business process mapping was a little bit more challenging than we anticipated. We thought we could walk in and help agencies map their business process. What we learned is we shouldn't. It should be the agency informing us what their process is so that we can align IT to the business and not business to the IT. Again, I will mention trust. We have to earn the trust of our partners. Many agencies only engage ETS when needed. We want to change that, and we want to be that provider of choice, that first phone call agencies make when a new idea comes up. And this is why, in part, we have changed our vision statement and our mission. In addition to the lessons learned, an example of a couple efficiencies identified through this process is, we saw the need for an identity management solution. And we also saw the need that we may need to have some conversation on implementing a data warehouse so that we can uniformly collect data and set those data standards, appropriately share that data between agencies, and ultimately increase data security. To aid in the process of these customer portfolios, training was key for our staff. When beginning to develop these portfolios, we saw the opportunity to grow the knowledge base and job skills of ETS staff, allowing them to become more effective in the workplace. And we brought in a consultant who conducted a workshop with ETS leadership, documenting our processes, goals, and value streams. They performed a SWOT analysis to help identify our internal strengths, our weaknesses, external opportunities, and potential threats. They also use what's called RACI charts to help identify and line up our roles and responsibilities. Using this information, ETS staff attended interactive lectures, learning how to build these same portfolios for other agencies. ETS staff used existing information on partner agencies to compile a sample portfolio, and then created templates, training documentation, and best practices to align with state of the Wyoming needs and goals. The consultant then observed ETS staff in a 2-day workshop with one of our partner agencies to build the first customer portfolio. And then following that workshop, ETS staff worked directly with the consultant to collect feedback and apply lessons learned to fine-tune our process as we continue meeting with the agencies. I call this out because I believe training is key. We are asking our staff to step out of their comfort zone and work towards something new. And I want to ensure they have been provided all the tools they need to be successful. The next objective is the project proposal lifecycle, and I think one of the main areas of the Very Done report. This objective consists of 5 steps, or what we call the project proposal lifecycle. Every project proposal goes through these steps, and it is possible on large-scale IT projects. They may go through a portion of these steps multiple times if there are changes or phases in the project. Over the next few slides, I'll explain in detail what each of these steps are. The idea is one of 2 paths that may initiate engagement between ETS and the agency. It is often associated with a known problem statement where a solution isn't already in mind, i.e. an agency may reach out to us and ask us about a document management system. We will look to see if there's something in the enterprise, if there is another agency that has a solution, or maybe this should be in our future planning for an enterprise offering. It allows us to collaboratively share ideas and enhancements or improvement. The idea is currently being used internally with ETS, and it is estimated to be rolled out in our new ETS customer portal Q1 of 2022. The second path that agencies may use is the submission of the project proposal, which is formally known as the ETS business case. This is used when agencies have identified a need and have a path towards a solution. Previously, the business case was primarily focused on a dollar number. Today, we focus on the true life cycle of the project from cradle to grave. Both required problem statements, objectives, and proposed solutions. However, we now ask for how long the system will live, what the projected 10-year cost might be, any supporting metrics for the business problem, why now, does it align with state or agency goals, alternatives that may have been researched, and we ask the agency what is the risk if the project is not funded, amongst other items. We ask for enhanced cost breakdowns to include one-time funds versus recurring funds and anticipated increases over the life of the project, or as our good friend from Pinedale might say, those escalators. We also try to look at qualitative metrics. Sometimes a project may not have a true cost efficiency. It may have a benefit to the constituents of Wyoming by providing more efficient government services. In security needs, we ask for compliance and regulatory requirements that this project may fall within. In short, we incorporated, I believe, everything that Barry Dunn recommended in the project proposal. Toward the end of the presentation, we'll illustrate how this practice was put into place with the Department of Corrections. And I'd also like to note that currently agencies use the ETS request system to submit project proposals. As I mentioned a short time ago, ETS is launching a new section in our customer portal for agencies to submit these project proposals. ETS staff is currently in the final testing of this portal, which will prompt us to work with the agencies. And it also allows for real-time visibility into where ETS is at on that submission. And we'll have an actual live dashboard that agencies can view and then that we can also report on. Step 2 is the project design and scoping. This is the first review of the project proposal by ETS. During this review, an ETS analyst ensures it has been submitted to form, offers technical support and initial review alongside the agency to ensure they are managing and mitigating known IT risks, and successfully integrating into the enterprise IT architecture, and when appropriate, will also begin the research if there are any cost-effective solutions. This is a new process. Not many agencies have gone through this yet. However, this will become one of the most important steps in our collaboration with agencies. The third step is the technical review. Is a comprehensive review that takes place with the ETS subject matter experts. The enterprise architects review for alternatives, potential solutions. They will do a comparison analysis and work towards a forecast on expenses. The security team reviews for potential security risk, compliance, and regulatory requirements. And then the data team will ensure data integration and management. They also review data privacy and data access standards. For projects beyond the resources or expertise of ETS, Barry Dunn recommended bringing in a third-party consultant to provide resource or other subject matter expertise. We have seen this work very successfully with DFS and YDOT. We should think of this maybe as the professional engineering before we start a road project. If we don't have the in-house expertise, it may be worthwhile to look for that third party. The fourth step will be the Executive Management Committee. This committee has not been set up yet, and I will talk a little bit more in details about what this will entail later on in phase 2. When in place, when appropriate changes and technical reviews are incorporated into the project proposal, a summary will be set to the Executive Management Committee for review. They will consider whether the proposal is a sound business decision, if the request is in line with industry best practices, and other considerations such as trends, proposed legislation, or other compliance implications. Again, I'll cover this here in a few more slides and more details on how we'll set this up and what members of this committee will look like. And then the last step is the CIO review. A summary of each step in the project proposal lifecycle is forwarded to the Chief Information Officer. The CIO will review all of the materials and then make those final recommendations to the Governor's office. And lastly, I believe this kind of falls into that Plan, Do, Check, Act. And while I know it's a little cliche by using the Plan, Do, Check, Act, I believe by going through these iterations, we will have a better product in the end. It helps ensures that the project aligns to current initiatives, and it should help prevent rework on the back end. Those are the steps that we have been working on in phase 1. Are there any questions before moving on to phase 2?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Could I ask
Commissioner
you,
Barnes.
could you give me a couple examples of what a project is so I can try to relate what you're teaching to me?
What a project is?
Yes.
So a project would be, I'll use, the one we'll talk about a little bit later is Department of Corrections has a need for a new offender management system. So that would be the project. They need a new system, and then it's going to start outlining, asking questions, why they need the system, what are some of the business needs behind needing the system, what are the risks if they don't move forward. So that's what the project proposal will start getting at.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you. And Tim, if I might follow on Representative Simpson. So when you bring a third-party engineer in to help you with that, do you outline to them the expectations of what you're wanting them to accomplish ahead of time, or do you just bring them in and say, here's the project, design it? Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, and Mr. Chairman, I apologize for not following the
You're
quorum
fine.
there. Representative, yes, I kind of look at the consultant as somebody that we'd be looking for somebody that has experience in that particular field. And we'd be looking for somebody that has, worked with other entities similar to us that can provide that expertise. So we would set some requirements to ensure we have the right person working with us. It would not just be a quote unquote open call.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
And I guess, so we've selected him, okay? So once we've selected the guy, and then we're giving the scope of work that we're expecting him to do. Do you outline kind of the governance? I mean, so if you've set in on these discussions with this committee, we just howl like a smashed cat about maintenance agreements, and we get into all of those. So this third-party person that comes in, you're giving him guidance there so that we're not plowing that field over again, or how do you do that? How do you ensure that not only we get a good product, but we're staying within the guidelines of what we're trying to do fiscally?
So I think that's outlined with, and the information we're collecting in that project proposal to ensure that we are staying within the lanes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Continue.
Phase 2, to me, is the glue that kind of holds all of these processes together. We focus on using best practice, industry recognized frameworks to guide us. And again, I'll bring up staff training is critical for this phase and a recommendation of Barry Dunn. We're leveraging 2 frameworks as we move forward. I will provide a brief explanation of what TOGAF and ITIL are over the next couple slides. And should the committee need any additional information or clarification, please let me know and I'll follow up. These frameworks get a little in the weeds and maybe better explained at a later time. Enterprise architecture is a well-established discipline for managing complex or large-scale projects. We have started training our teams on TOGAF, or the Open Group Architecture Framework Standard. It is a proven enterprise architecture methodology used by many leading organizations to provide business efficiency, and is also the framework that is recommended by Barry Dunn. It ensures consistent standards, methods, and communications. And some of the benefits include increased transparency and accountability, improved risk management, process concept and component reuse, and then value creation through monitoring, measuring, evaluation, and feedback. ITIL, formerly known as the Information Technology Infrastructure Library, now just referenced or known as its acronym, is a set of detailed practices for IT service management and IT asset management. And so that's just how we provide service. It focuses on aligning IT service with the needs of the business. It helps define the direction of ETS with a clear capability model, aligning IT services to the needs of state agencies. In the report, I believe Barry Dunn rated ETS at a maturity model of 2. And again, training will be key for ETS to enhance in that maturity model. I did provide a 2-minute sort of elevator speech on what TOGAF and ITIL are. It can take months to even years to become highly skilled, and why I continue to highlight the need for training. Every ETS employee was provided a high-level overview of what ITIL is and ITIL foundations. They also attended live simulation activities. And then several of our staff were certified in ITIL foundations. And as I mentioned earlier, I talked a little bit more about the Executive Management Committee. One of the most important steps in phase 2 will be the creation of the Executive Management Committee. Membership will include representation from all branches of government and the private sector. We are currently working with the governor's office to form the government structure for this committee. This committee will serve as advisors to the state IT strategy, initiatives, and investments. By bringing in a wide range of expertise and experience in their fields, this group will evaluate project proposals and IT strategic plans. When appropriate changes from the technical review are incorporated into the project proposals, a summary is sent to the Executive Management Committee for review. They will consider whether that proposal is a sound business decision, if the request is in line with industry best practices, and other considerations such as trends, proposals, legislations, and again, compliance implications. Phase 3 is trending more of our long-term range goals in projects we're working on. As we haven't quite reached completion of these items, I will provide a high-level overview of what we are working on. The remaining steps ahead is our data architecture mapping. Our teams have created an initial inventory of state data across 333 data systems, which will serve as the foundation for the development of our data strategy, ensuring data is effectively used and efficiently. Accurate inventory plans. The process of reconciling our assets has already begun, and plans for incorporating this into our service management system will begin Q4 of this year. ETS has started a comprehensive review of all CT or technology positions in the state. That's those within agencies and our own agency. Following completion of this review, we will be able to more accurately identify any gaps in staffing. Then we are working on that 10-year technology plan that was requested. We are gathering information to first develop a 5-year plan. We feel this may need to be stepped up a little bit as we gather our initial information and then build upon that. And it will incorporate end of service, end of life, and estimates when solutions can no longer support business needs. And those are the 3 phases, Mr. Chairman, and I stand for any questions of the committee.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Sheehan? Go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, Director Sheehan, thank you so much for the presentation. I appreciate the big picture overview and the strategic thinking that you're engaging in. To bring it down for me, guess it's easier for me to understand specific examples. And I saw in phase, I think it was phase 1, where you talk about managing security risks when you're scoping the project. So using it as an example, it's my understanding that earlier this year in the summertime, we had a local Wyoming governmental entity that was the victim of a ransomware cyber attack. And so one, I'm just sort of curious about, even though they were not a state agency, it's my understanding that you assisted them or worked with them, and I was interested in hearing at some level about that, and also how preventing these sort of catastrophic or potentially catastrophic ransomware attacks fits into your methods and what you're doing.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Smith, yes, ETS became aware of that cybersecurity incident for that institution, and we basically worked with that local institution and volunteered our services. We knew that that particular entity was a small IT shop. They may not have all of the needed expertise. So I think that day or possibly the next day sent up staff to start looking at their network, their firewalls. We actually loaned equipment for them to start turning that network back on. They were having some challenges with one of their vendors, so we assisted in re-engaging those conversations with one of their vendors. I would call that a very collaborative effort between both multiple state agencies and that third-party entity. I just out of fairness don't want to call them out direct, if that's okay. So those were some of the things that we did work on for that entity. And how that lines up, and I will refer back to another document here for your second part of your question. We have a pretty extensive kind of what the role of the security group is to look at those project proposals. So one of the key things they'll be looking at is there an increased security scope or risk? Are there other agencies doing similar work, and what can we leverage from that to help in that security aspect? Does the proposal actually change the security posture? And if it does, is that going to increase what we need to provide in that cybersecurity protection? And then we try to account for any funding that may be needed in those needs. We look for risk mitigation. We try to cover the things for identity management and data security, encryption. We look at source code escrow. I believe there has been instances in the past where a particular vendor may go bankrupt and close shop. So we just want to make sure we protect that code. And logging, intrusion. I won't go into the full list here, but no, we have a pretty comprehensive list of security items that we do take into account.
Thank you. Any other questions for the director?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
Thank you. We had a good conversation, I think about 3 weeks ago, and thank you for your time. It was very helpful to me. And one of the things we talked about is how do you get input from a variety of potential RFP respondents without knocking them out of consideration for responding to the RFP. We found that in the Barry Dunn process. Anybody that you've consulted with about the scope of the RFP, because you want to make sure you're not knocking people out by your design, those people are prohibited from responding. And I understood that you were going to take a look at that. And what have you come up with?
Yeah, I believe in working with the procurement office, and I can provide some clarifying information more into it later on. But the short is through a formal RFI process that should not preclude anybody from responding on a future RFP. So as long as they're not hired on, say, as the consultant for the project, so the consultant can't come in and kind of write everything for themselves, but it's more of that open competitive RFI process. We should be in an okay place.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kinski. Other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
So, thank you. Director Sheena, how long have you been the director so far?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, approximately 5 months.
So tell us a little bit about what you've learned since you've been there, just in generalities.
So I will, Mr. Co-Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I will say I've been with ETS since the inception. So my history with ETS is pretty lengthy. I will say the staff is pretty dedicated. The staff is very much interested in ensuring that we do help the agency succeed. One area I would highlight that I think we're trying to work on is, I talk about the training and the frameworks and that sort of thing, is really for the first 7 years of ETS, we didn't have those frameworks behind us. We were in a mode of just trying to get consolidation done and moving through those steps. And as our agency is maturing, right, we're trying to incorporate those best practices. And so we have, I think, staff who are, came in from these different agencies, and things were done a little bit differently depending on the agency you came from. And, I joke when I say this, right, but there's two things that IT staff don't like, and it's the way we're doing it today and change. And, we're trying to affect change. And so that's kind of what I'm seeing right now is we're trying to make sure we do things right. That's the leadership team that I've been working with has been great. The support we're receiving from the other agencies and from the governor's office has been, I couldn't ask for anything better in this interim role.
So do you have an opinion on, has morale changed, or has the place changed since you've come on board as the boss?
I would like to, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I would like to think so. You know, I do roam the halls. I do talk to the staff. The staff tells me that's something previous directors hadn't done. I've had many staff say, you're the first person to stand in this office in that role. You know, I have had conversations with HRD, and, you know, HRD Human Resources is also saying they're hearing good things. I know not everything's rosy and perfect. I do understand that, you know, there have been some challenges with staff morale. One of the items that I recently talked to the staff about is actually sending out an engagement survey to all of ETS staff and understand a point in time, where are we today? We're standing up an employee engagement committee who will then take those responses back and then provide recommendations for leadership on how we can start working through some of those challenges. It cannot be a top-down edict. I think we really need to listen to the feedback from our staff and how we can help them.
So over the years, we've kind of, particularly after the reorganization, created the ETS. You hear, particularly if you live here in Cheyenne and you know some of the other agency heads, you hear different comments about whether or not ETS is providing better service or worse service than prior to the reorganization, and quickness of responses and that type of thing. Do you have a mechanism to kind of catch up with that back channel type of discussions?
I believe we do. I mentioned earlier that we are working on, we first sent out those director surveys to understand from the director's point of view how ETS is or is not performing. And when I saw the results come back, you know, I asked myself, what do the rest of staff also think? Because I sometimes think, you know, the staff may think something a little bit different than leadership. And so that's why we're working on it. We do have those questions drafted to send out to the executive branch. We're just kind of fine tuning them so we can record that. Also, with our new service management tool, we do have a mechanism in place to start capturing feedback on the tickets that our customers open. And so we can start seeing more real-time metrics. These are things we have not had in the past, or we had many, many years ago, but there's been a gap in between. And so we are trying to catch up on hearing that feedback. Without that feedback, you know, we can't do better.
So in terms of your staffing in addressing any, you know, issue that your office treats in terms of caring for the IT in the various departments, are you have sufficient staffing to keep up with demand?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, to be determined. I have a gut check feeling on that one. I'd like data to back that up. My gut check, I don't know. I sometimes wonder if more staff could help, but I don't have the data to truly show. And that's what our new service management tool will help us understand, is we can look at those trends and what that really means. That system has been live for approximately 3 months. So the data we're gathering is still pretty fresh. So I think, you know, having closer to a year's time on collecting that data may be more appropriate to answer some of those questions.
And just to follow up, Mr. Co-Chair, in terms of the compensation that your staff gets paid, is it sufficient? Is it comparable to where else they can go? So are you in a position where you can keep the qualified staff to keep doing what they're doing? Or is there a high turnover rate? Obviously, you know, once you only got 5 months in, but what's your impression so far?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, no, compensation, I don't believe is where it should be. And I think Department of A&I will bring more of that to light here in some of their future testimony to kind of fall more in lines with the pay tables. I can tell you our retention rate is a little bit higher than industry trends. I think we're trending around 30-ish% on our turnover rate.
Annually?
Annually. Industry is approximately 20%, give or take. The pandemic has kind of thrown those numbers in a little bit of flux. But no, we have had staff leave because they can go get telework jobs, stay at home all the time, working for some company in some other state, and they're making significantly more money than we pay. But I do believe in the conversations I've had with Director Bach that there may be a path to hopefully try to resolve some of that. And so I don't want to get ahead of her on what her plans are.
So during the pandemic, were staff working considerably from home, or how did that work?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, yes, we had predominantly the entire agency out on telework. We did maintain office coverage. So there's at least one person from every office in the building to ensure, our offices were open to the public should anybody want to come in. I have made some changes since I took over. Staff under supervisor level, it's truly at the discretion of the supervisor or manager. They can telework full-time, part-time, hybrid, however they choose. I did request that our supervisors and managers come into the office 3 days a week, and that on a 3-month interval, we would review that. And that's just more so for me coming into this role and having those conversations that I know were not taking place has been extremely beneficial just for me to get caught up on everything.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Go ahead, Representative Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For your executive committee, how would someone submit a private sector individual to be considered on that committee?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, that will be worked out through the governor's office. I would assume it would be through the normal sort of appointment process for a board or a commission. This won't be an official board or commission, but I would defer to when we get that governance structure set up for that.
Any further questions? Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd just like to welcome you here. Thank you. It's encouraging to see the progress is being made. I guess my question is, aside from this committee, what do you see as the biggest obstacles to succeeding with this plan?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, no, I think you answered that adequate. No. The things that keep me up is, I think that what keeps most of us up is, are we doing everything we can on the cybersecurity front? Right, that's first and foremost. Is I have, submitted some information to the governor's office on my thought process for some things we may need for that. We are beginning to work a little bit more collaboratively with the Office of Homeland Security. We're going to be bringing in a partner to do a individual security risk assessment for each agency that we can then roll up into an enterprise plan. So that's kind of probably the big obstacle. Second one would be, probably that staffing retention and ensuring the morale of the people are in a healthy state.
Further questions for the director? Okay, anything else?
There is, if
Next.
I may, we have a short presentation that I'd like to include with the Department of Corrections. So I'd like to invite Director Shannon up. And this is just more of, we kind of leveraged what we've been learning through this process, and really corrections was kind of a guinea pig. They have had a funding request, I think, out for a new offender management system for multiple biennial requests. And it's failed to meet muster. Barry Dunn notated there were some, not enough due diligence was completed. And so we thought this may be a good project to run through the process.
Okay, go ahead.
So the Wyoming Department of Corrections currently has 2 separate offender management systems that do not interface, limiting the department's ability to measure outcomes. As inmates pass between divisions, there are risks of mismatched data between the 2 systems, resulting in inaccurate or missing information. This has created a public safety concern. Additionally, the department has statutory obligation to collect and report on data. Barry Dunn reviewed these systems in their evaluation of the state IT large project funding request and concluded there was insufficient information to warrant funding the project at the time. We partnered with DOC using the concept outlined in phase 1 of the Barry Dunn recommendations, working through them each step of the way for a successful completion of their project proposal.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, my name is Dan Shannon. I'm the Director of Department of Corrections. Thank you for having me here today. With regards to Mr. Director Sheehan's brief comments, the reason that I came forth today, during our 2020 JAC, it was embarrassing to the department. We pulled back our JAC request to enhance our system. It's a system that's been antiquated for quite some time, and we've been approaching this for the past 5 bienniums. How can we review it? After reading that Barry Dunn report, I recognized that we weren't prepared. We were actually ill prepared. We didn't have a business plan. We didn't have a security plan. And the staff did the best they could. We went out on our own and tried to develop what we could. And at that time, it wasn't beneficial. So that's why I'm here today. At that time, I was directed to go back. Let's get it on track and bring it forth. In cooperation with the Barry Dunn report and ETS, we put quite a bit of work into it. I'll make a formalized, updated report during my formal JAC hearing, and just want to let you.
Thank you, Director. So what we did at ETS, we took this on as we had never heard anything about it. So we started it through the idea phase. And the idea was there's a system that doesn't work, and what can we do to help them out? So what ETS did is we tried to understand their process. We actually sent staff out to 2 of the correctional facilities, the one in Torrington and the one in Rollins. ETS, we spent about approximately 10 hours in each facility, meeting with staff members, trying to better understand the process, documenting the challenges that the current processes create, as well as identifying gaps and risks that could be alleviated by a new system. During the project scoping, gathering some research, safety and efficiency was important to corrections. Again, looking at the existing processes, the challenges, and the basic needs to make jobs more efficient, accurate, and more importantly, safe. DOC reached out to other states. They had similar needs in a similar statewide prison environment. Our staff and architects, we have a couple trade groups that we're part of. The National Association of State Technology Directors was one of them. They actually sent some requests out to them to say, hey, what's happening in your state? We took that information, kind of came back with some basic needs and requirements. And in this case, we felt the RFI was the best process to go. So ETS and corrections wrote and published an RFI through the state procurement system. It was open for approximately 2 weeks. In those 2 weeks, we did reply to various questions from vendors, and in total, I think we received about 6 responses. And then we used the research, the information we got from the RFI, to then build the true list of requirements needed and nothing more to go through that project proposal process. We then ran it through our technical review process. It was done iteratively with our architects, data team, and security teams, again, ensuring the proposal aligned with the enterprise security. The project proposal has been submitted to the CIO office, and we'll make our recommendations to the governor for part of the budget process here shortly. And I'll defer to Director Shannon for any update on how he felt that process worked.
Mr. Chairman, I can report that corrections were focused on our needs. For years now, we spoke of, we're unable to even monitor WCIS. We can't, for years we reported out that we can only we were unable to transfer our information. What this process really taught our agency was futuristic thinking. We're a human service division. How does it interact with health? How does it pass out information with electronic records? Go out for their supporters in mental health. Those things weren't, this information is what really taught us to look forward. We had many opportunities. It's one thing to say, what's the same business, to reach out with other agencies. Well, we really did that. Purpose of that was was a cross check to see where do we stand compared, so we don't reinvent the wheel. What we really learned is we're really provided an opportunity to interact, to look for efficiency, to look down the road 10 years. Where do we stand? Where will this agency be then? Sometimes we reported out previously that we were in emergency mode. Still a consideration. we run manual files as well as our electronic. We have to because we have such a system that doesn't really comply. Can we do electronic releases for the courts? Or do we have to rely on the postal service for faxes to pass our information? So that process that Director Sheehan just spoke of really taught us to look forward.
So that's really just a high level process of some of the steps we will take through this project proposal process in the insight of how that collaboration works between the two agencies. And again, if there are any other questions for the committee, and if not, I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not related to the Department of Corrections project, but just in general, what is your agency doing to engage local companies that do IT work, that do software development and all of that? I know there's a few here in Cheyenne, some in Laramie, Casper, but they're not the big names, the big flashy names, but probably doing work for Fortune 500 companies and beyond, so they'd be well qualified. I'm just curious, as I said, how are you reaching out to those and trying to engage them?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, if I may, I'd like to impart, maybe follow up on that question. I can tell you with certainty, we have reached out to one here in Cheyenne who we were trying to try to find some collaborative approach. There may be some smaller projects that we thought they may be able to work on for us. It wasn't a fit for them. I'd just like to have a moment to check with my staff just to see if we have reached out to any of the others across the state as well.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
So thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So, you talk about futuristic thinking and where we need to be 10 years from now with you and also with your agency. And if you look at what the Wyoming spends on IT hardware and software, it's over $200 million biennium, literally. And with that type of money involved, and when you have systems that are whether it's the RIS system, the one with DFS, the one with family services, those are, the price tags are $30 to $70 to $100 million plus annual subscription fees of millions of dollars. So it seems to me that our future ought to be is figuring out what's going to happen next and how we can help ourselves through community colleges, through the University of Wyoming, adapting their computer science program to, and essentially probably getting to our own code writing so that we can control our destiny. Have you thought about that? Do you have any thoughts on it in the future? And if not now, then if you can come tell us about it, because that's where we like to go. We want to experiment and explore all of those alternatives so that we're not held hostage by every new contract that we have to buy.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, we do have those conversations. Jason and I actually sit next to each other in the same office, and quite often we're trying to bounce those ideas off each other. It's a tough question, and I alluded a little bit to it earlier in the first part of that presentation of, I don't think we're ready for that 10-year conversation yet, because we don't understand exactly what we have today. And that's what we're working on in our data inventories. I do believe, and right, we don't want to manage, and 40 is a low number, but I'm just going to go with it, right? We don't want to manage 40 contracts. And across the state, we're probably managing, truly hundreds. So that's a lot of workload. And so we do want to find what that future true enterprise approach and the interoperability of systems. And I highlighted, that data warehouse comment is, that kind of does feed into it. We need to do more homework. It does warrant further discussion.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? Thank you. I don't think you're done. Are you?
I'm done.
You're done?
As long as
I thought I had more paper up here. I was looking at more pieces of paper. Okay. With that, thank you. We appreciate your your time, and we will need some help as we put together the budget for the coming year. As my co-chairman indicated, we've got to make some decisions here in the next few months, as well as the governor's office in a few months, and unfortunately, those decisions are going to affect us for a long time into the future. So we appreciate, and we're going to need your help on that. So
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your time.
thank you.
Erica, do you have any comments on that?
Is there any public comment on item number 8, enterprise technology services? Any public comment on item number 8? Do we have anybody in the room, in the waiting room? Nope. Okay, I guess you're home free for now. Okay.
Thank you.
Next item, we're running a little bit ahead, but we're glad to see Director Reiner here. You know, it's always a pleasure. Nice to know these pension pennies. All right. So anyway, glad to see you, Director. How are you? Good to see you. So anyway, we're excited to hear what you have for us today, and you know, obviously we've got a little bit of a segue here into what you want to talk about. So go ahead, Director. You have to be green. We want you to be green there.
Oh, thank
There
you.
we go. Now you're green.
Oh, now you can hear
Now
me.
you can start over again.
So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, my task and purpose is to update you on where we're at in the RIS process, RIS replacement process. So I just really, as a matter of a backdrop, last session, House Bill 254 really was quite direct to me and to the department, and basically it said, hey, Director, it's time to go replace that system. Your deadline is the 1st of July, 2027. To help you do that, we'll increase the driver's fees by $5 when you renew it. You see what we've collected so far, about $132,000, effective the 31st of August. So that fee did go into effect 1 July. We anticipate that will generate about $800,000 a year. And then the next requirement was to increase third-party fees. We are currently working through the rule-making process in that. Would anticipate about $1.2 million a year when that is fully implemented. We were required to submit quarterly reports to the legislature. You should have received the first one on the 1st of July of this year. So we submitted it to you and also then to the Joint Transportation Committee were the two that we submitted it to. The bill also requires your authority to actually procure the system. And I would just point out that currently in our 2020 budget, we do have about $19.2 million in budget authority, which actually came from the budget session, 2 years ago. So that's really a little bit of history of the background there. So then in terms of, hey, where are we at with this whole RFP development question? Based on really the guidance from last session, we formed a partnership with ETS, and thank you, Director Shannon, for being here and really for working really well with us and teaming. And then we also partnered with UW. And so really those three agencies have formed a working group to ensure that we meet state and federal mandatory requirements for this system. They've been meeting weekly since June of this year. Mr. Babbitt and Mr. Rossetti are my leads on that. And we would anticipate an RFP release first quarter of 22. So next January, February, March. And I'll walk you through the timeline in a bit. That would be a little bit later than you received in the timeline report in July, and I'll walk you through why. So we probably should talk about our current consultant, which really is step 1 of Director Sheehan's process of having an outside expert really helping us design the process. So we've had Math Tech as a consultant for several years, and they are certainly experts in this modernization issue of motor vehicle and driver license solutions, and have helped other states across this nation to successfully do that. They've been working really with us for 3 years, predates me. But what caused me actually some comfort was the fact that the Barry Dunn report, as they looked at the processes that had been involved here, said, hey, good job, Whiteout, on having Math Tech, reduces the risk and carry on. So as the director, sort of making sure we don't have a train wreck here, that brought me some comfort. In terms of the procurement process, we are working through our standard procurement process that we use in all of our RFPs and all of our contracts. And just as a source of probably, reference, we do contract about between $400 and $450 million of work a year. And that's both through our large scale contracts on construction jobs and our procurement office. So there is a lot of money that flows through our contracting experts, and I rely on their expertise a lot. So they make sure that we meet state and federal mandatory requirements. And at this point, specifically in regards to the RFP that's under development for RIS, is ETS and UW are fully on board on the processes that are being used. If you flip over the page then, and this is really in addition to what you've seen before, because I really did get some coaching that it would be helpful to have the opportunity for really anybody to weigh in on how they would solve this problem. And so as we work through that with our contracting department, which included then discussions with ETS and UW, is the suggestion, and what we've really decided to implement is what we call a vendor day. So that any vendor who wants to present their wares on how to solve this problem is welcome to come. And we suspect that will likely modify the RFP based on what we learned there. We will not stop development of the RFP because it's a pretty big RFP, but it will run simultaneously with the RFP, and we're trying to do concurrent development. That there is a timeline involved here, and so we'll keep working that, but make sure that we provide that opportunity for everybody to have a chance to suggest solutions. That did, in fact, when we added that, it did alter our timeline and push back the RFP proposal release date. Based on the actual requirements identified by Math Tech and YDOT and ETS and UW, that's really what's formulating the RFP. I mean, so it's based on, hey, you got to be able to issue out driver's licenses, and the driver's license got to tie to vehicle registration, whatever those are, which is really formed and helped form by the third party Math Tech, and also with everybody working the processes that are currently employed with us. The complexity of the system, the RIS system, when you start looking at, hey, what's in that RFP and what makes it so tough, is it's not only the fact that you got to produce a real ID compliant identification card, otherwise known in Wyoming as a driver's license. It's the fact that really it integrates, with so many different systems. And I think from the last session, you remember sort of that octopus chart that we showed, that of every place where that data goes, which to some degree is really the horizontal integration that Director Sheehan has talked about in the past, even when you start talking to other state agencies. But that's the complexity that's involved in the RFP that currently that team from YDOT, ETSUW, and MathTech is working, and is really the requirements that the vendors then would need to demonstrate how they would solve. One of the interesting things about that is that my guidance to our force is that we may have to change internal processes to some degree based on solutions from the vendor. So in other words, our processes are based on a 40-year-old system. And it's possible that, maybe the form might have to change to get your driver's license. And there may be some actual procedural stuff we have to change. And as YDOT, we need to keep our mind open to potential, modifications of not an end product, but how you get from point A to end product. So there's sort of a couple comments on sort of what's going into this development of the RFP. In terms of, who can submit, we would anticipate any vendor can submit a proposal. As the team has sort of thought about, hey, how do you evaluate this? There are some preferences that are starting to develop. And some of the preferences, certainly as you'll see in the paper, is, a successful implementation of complex government IT solutions, all right? Based on really this level of risk of, hey, we don't want to fail in this implementation of a new system. We do think that if you've been in the motor vehicle space before, that's a plus, but not required. And you see the note about, hey, it would be helpful if there is actually some externally hosted, cloud-based experience, because we would really anticipate this being a cloud-based solution, although I'm not sure it's required. So there's some thought on, preferred vendor, where we go from there. And then I would probably say, certainly annual maintenance always comes up as an issue. Would anticipate that the 10-year costs would be included in the RFP project proposal and would be negotiated in the contract. And at this point, we'll see where that goes. Mr. Chairman, that's a summary of the talking points. I'd be happy to flip over the timeline perhaps for a second.
Go ahead, Representative Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your bullet number 7, I believe it is, your preferred vendor qualifications, you state that they've have successful implementation of complex government IT systems. In my mind, wouldn't it be possible that somebody could have a successful implementation of a complex IT system with security and multi-system integration that is in the private sector and not just in government? I would suggest that there's large Fortune 500 companies that are far more sophisticated and complex than what we're working on here. And if a company could do that, and so if we start to say you have to have done work in the government sector, then I think we're going to quickly eliminate some highly qualified potential contractors. What thoughts do you have on that in terms of leaving out that word government just to get a more broad array of ideas?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, great point. I concur. We'll change it.
Follow up?
He fell for that sales pitch.
I don't know if you noticed, I looked over to my partner. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Reiner, on the handout that you give us on page 2 there, where it comes down, specific dates are dependent on the RFP responses. Right? Do you see that?
It says that the collaborative review and release of the RFP will be completed by August 2021.
Well, and the one I've got says specific dates are dependent upon the RFP responses. And I was curious as to why we don't say when the dates will be rather than depend on what and when they submit. You don't have that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, just I'm curious where you're looking.
Or you? This document? You have that?
I do have that.
If you do, if you could go to page 2. And I'm just trying to understand why we're letting the RFP responses govern the dates that will have the information. Seems like when I drive past highway construction, I see that you state that this project will be done at a certain time and not when the contractor says.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think that I would probably say that that's based on when we release the RFP. So that would determine when we get the responses back.
Okay.
So Director Reiner, so I'm just going there and maybe I misunderstood, but I mean, in the handout you gave us, you started this state agents review in April 2021. Then you announce who the RFP review team, this is on page 2 under development and preparation and procurement. And at the end of that first paragraph. So which line this is the collaborative review and release of the RFP will be completed in August 2021. But I understood, I guess my first question is has the collaborative review been completed?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, let's, so the report that you're looking at comes from 1st of July, 2021.
Okay.
And that has been superseded. So today on the 9th of September, based on the addition of vendor days, that timeline's been pushed back.
Okay, and that's what I was just trying to reconcile what you had said with what's here.
Absolutely.
So
So that's, yes, sir.
This is old news.
That is old news and has been updated by what we handed out today.
Fair enough. Well, yeah, we want to measure twice and cut once. I
Yeah.
get it. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, so maybe with that, we could go slip over to the timeline chart because that may drive a little bit more discussion in
Okay.
terms of timeline. It is, I'll just work really from the top down in terms of processes. And I would like to make sure that you have the timeline chart that you're looking at is from the 3rd of September in 2021, because there is another timeline chart that we gave you in July, and it has been updated.
So
So if you look at the very top title, it would be as of September 3, 2021 is the document we're using. And as we work through this, we'll make sure we have a date and a version number on here because I anticipate that as life progresses, these will be updated as we go. And I'll just make sure. So starting from the top and working down, really at this point, we consider that the operational assessment and the business case and the requirements analysis has been done. And again, that's been in concert with Math Tech over about the last 3 years. We are now in the process of working in the RFP development, and that is in concert with ETS and UW and Math Tech. We would anticipate that would be very close to being, completed at the end of this quarter. But what we've added then is vendor days to allow the option for everybody to come forth and say, hey, here's a great idea for how to accomplish what you want to do. And so based on how long those might take, we actually sort of said, hey, listen, we probably need to set aside quarter 3 and quarter 4 to make sure we get that right. And the information gained in those vendor days will then lead to a finalized RFP, which we think should be ready to go by the end of fourth quarter. So that's where we anticipate the RFP being complete. Now, what you notice there is that there's a little stop sign. And that's based on the guidance from House Bill 254 that says thou shalt not.
I don't see the stop sign and I don't want to run it.
So that would be good because those troopers might be out there.
I'm an older person.
So,
Okay, I've been given an updated version, that's the September 3 version. I'm looking for July 1 version. Now I see the stop sign.
okay, thank you, sir. So the, and that's based on really discussion and understanding of intent with House Bill 254 that says, you know, hey, listen, YDOT, go forth, get going on this, but you can't spend any money until we tell you you can. As we looked at that, we think we need that permission prior to releasing the RFP. Because I think any company would say, hey, we aren't going to put together it's going to take a lot of work to do an RFP and make sure there's intent to buy it. And so, and typically authority from this body would come in the budget. And so I think the question becomes, hey, what does that specific guidance look like to me that says go forth, and how does it come? And so what we showed on this chart is quarter 2, quarter 3, really our anticipation would be approval in the budget to go forth and do this. If you have other guidance, then we'll stand by. I don't know if it's as simple as a letter to me that says, hey, director, move out, or what the process is. But at this point, we have basically we need permission. Then we'll release the RFP, and then we'll start working with the vendors, to answer their questions in a normal, in the normal process of creating and awarding a contract. And we would hope to have a contract awarded by the third quarter, because really we think that it's going to take a while to go through the question and answer period, and then to have basically presentations of, hey, here's how we're going to solve the problem, and a selection, and which would then lead to hopefully a contract being awarded by the third quarter, and then project starts sometime in the fourth quarter of 22. So that's really how we see that laying out at this point, realistically. You'll also notice on there that we do think we're going to have to hire a project team to do this, just from the standpoint of how many people that we have on staff. They're all decisively engaged today in a job, and that job doesn't go away when we implement RIS. And so there will be a cost to that, which is actually, as we've costed this thing out over the last 3 years, included in the concept of, hey, it's going to take some help to get this thing implemented the way we should. As you go down to the bottom then, Mr. Chairman, really what you see is sort of what we see is the significant sort of events that are going on. The first one that's on the chart that really runs from the first of this year out through 23 is this business process and data review. So that's going on as we speak. And that's this whole concept of, hey, you got to clean up the database, because it's lots of years of, non-standard entries that will need to be standardized to make this thing work. And the example that's always been used in testimony before is, is your Chevy a CHAV? Is it a CHEVY? Is it a Chevrolet? And right now it's all. And so you just got to, they all got to start being synchronized. And the data sets need to be correct. Then you can see the implementation of really the 3 modules that we think are involved: the driver service, the business license, and the vehicle services. Those timelines obviously depend on what vendors selected.
Representative Larson.
I was curious on why those last three bullets on those modules, why that can't be being designed and accomplished simultaneously. Why is that staggered out like that?
Yep. Mr. Chairman and
You can
Representative.
phone a friend, Director.
Yeah, Representative Larson, with your permission, I'm going to phone a friend. Because that certainly is what I inherited as the plan, and I know there's a method behind it, and I believe that would be Mr. Rossetti.
Mr. Chairman, members of JC, Taylor Rossetti, Support Services Administrator. Representative Larson, that schedule is actually just based on what we've seen in the industry so far. And it usually speaks to the amount of bandwidth you have as you're going through the project. You try to segment that out and take off the pieces as you can based on the staffing that you anticipate having available. Ultimately, the final deployment and timeline will be dependent upon the vendor that we select. But this is just kind of based off what we've seen in other states as we've looked across how these projects have implemented. And it's the plan to make sure that we meet the timeline that was specified in House Bill 254.
We have it.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, back to your stop sign and the whole legislative approval or disapproval of the plan. It comes as a little bit of a chicken or an egg issue, because if the legislature approves $1,000 to pay for the system, then all of the vendors will bid $1,000. If the legislature approves $10 million for the system, then the fear is that they will all put in an RFP right near that $10 million frame. So that's the conundrum we've been in for several years, is if we raise, the numbers we've heard over the years have been anywhere from $50 to $80 million for this system. And so if we approve that, we have just set the state up to make sure we pay that. We won't get anything less than that. And so my question then becomes, how would you or your counterpart to your right address getting the best product for the best price without the legislature and the state showing what we may or may not be willing to spend?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, it was our original intent to try to have the RFP released prior to the budget session so we could come with an actual number. That was our goal, was to try to streamline that. We did hear comments, as Director Reiner mentioned, about the vendor days and in trying to incorporate other feedback. So that's, at least in this current timeline, I think where we see a little bit of that chicken or egg situation, is we were hoping to come in with the number. It's a discussion point, I think, for us going forward and with that new timeline and where it may fall with the budget session on trying to accomplish that.
So really, it's an unknown how we would approach that, because again, trying to get the best cost, and I'd recognize, Director Reiner, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I'd recognize your concern that a vendor may not want to put in the effort to even submit an application to be selected if they don't think the money is there to actually fund the project once they put in their side of the effort. And so it does become that real conundrum of how to get the best price without showing the state's hand. Something to continue pondering, I guess.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Walters, the other thing that, I might add, because I agree with Director Sheehan on his comment there about sort of timing and original intent. But, in the end, if it becomes, too expensive, maybe it's not awarded. I mean, there is a reality check somewhere in there. So to some extent, it's probably built into the process.
Follow up, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to shift topics just a brief second, and that is your vendor days. Have those been selected, the exact dates yet? Or if not, how would someone find out what those dates would be?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, let me ask Director Sheehan, and I may need to ask Mr. Dennis Byrne. Or it looks like Mr. Babbitt. So staff is working.
Nice to know they have your back.
It's essential.
Mr. Chairman, Troy Babbitt, Chief Technology Officer at YDOT. To answer that question, that idea just was a new development. So we would use all means that we have, certainly through our procurement division, any IT folks that are already registered within YDOT. We have had a lot of companies already reach out to us. So we've got a small list there. We'd work up with ETS, and also our vendor is got their footprint on all the major players in the industry too. So we'd offer that out to whoever was interested in being open.
So, you know, on most brick and mortar, hard construction, flat construction projects, you've got an engineering estimate of cost, and that's kind of how you peg some of that. Is there anything like that for this type of a project, that we have some idea of what we're looking for in a cost? Or is it just where it's just wait and see?
Mr. Chairman, it goes back to that 2018 report that we worked with Math Tech on. The expertise that they bring to it, what they've seen from other states, that's their best estimate of what is happening in the industry, and that's what we have to go on.
There you go. Thank you.
Mr.
Any other
Chairman,
questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
So thank you. Mr. Director, the implementation timeline uses the nomenclature of the past, refers to a business case development. And I'm curious whether you or Mr. Sheehan can tell me, under this new process that we just heard Mr. Sheehan present, where there's examination of the processes, there's look at enterprise architecture using a TOGAF model and so forth. Where are we in that process? And the reason that I ask is part of the reasons I was in favor of the stop sign. And I don't think of the stop sign as much as an opportunity for a confidence and trust building exercise.
Oh, yield.
Oh, yield sign, there you go.
Okay.
Is because we heard that this database is so critical to the enterprise. There's so many agencies that tap into it for this information. So this has implications, if I understood correctly at the time, way beyond the Department of Transportation Agency. This may be the platform. This may be key to platforms across any number of agencies, if not the entire enterprise. So where are we in that process? Because that seems to me a much larger question than just what do we do about risks?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, we did the full comprehensive technical review on this RFP, and we did put that lens into the RFP. So you'll find when the RFP is released, we do touch on the some enterprise components that ETS would like to look at as we look at moving forward with the TIS project. So there are components that we've already put together, looking at that data warehouse, trying to figure out how we start building some of those interfaces and exchanging that information. So the initial upfront pieces that we may need are addressed in the RFP.
Thank you. Other questions, members? Other questions? Okay, thank you. Anything else for us?
Mr. Chairman, no. So thank you. And we'll talk as we go.
Thank you. I appreciate your time today and appreciate the effort, and it's nice to see everybody holding hands and marching forward together. Appreciate it. That's what Al envisioned would happen on these big projects. So I want you to know we appreciate it. All right, we are still on item 10, and we're now available also. We have Jeremiah Ryman. And we also have, I'm going to butcher this. Is it Hans Oddy or Odd? Hans? And how do you say the last name? Odie. Okay, Hans Odie. Is he here? He's on screen.
Mr. Chairman,
All
I
right.
believe he's joining remotely.
All right, so let's go ahead, and he's listed before you are, Jeremiah. So Mr. Odie, come on, go ahead and address us. We're happy to have you today. But we can't hear you because I think you're still on mute.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time today in the Appropriations Committee for hearing my testimony today. My name is Hans Odie. I'm the first Deputy Park County Clerk, and I would like to convey to you today how important the Revenue Information System is to Wyoming counties. In many, but not all counties across the state, the system is used in instances where a constituent comes into our office with paperwork for a vehicle, an MPV, a mobile home, a trailer, or some sort of some sort, and the person wasn't given a title by the seller. I know that sounds odd, but it happens. When that does happen, we are able to search across all 23 counties with RIS and to see if there might possibly be a title in another county or registration somewhere else. It is possible through RIS to see if there might possibly be a title or registration. And it's the biggest help with MPVs, trailers under 1,000 pounds, because until 2010, those items were not required to be titled by Wyoming. Mobile homes are an issue because state law requires them to be titled prior to them being relocated. And we all know, Mr. Chairman, that all mobile homes are moved in the light of day, and they are always a legitimate transaction. RIS can help us track those down, and may even be able to find that an MPV was indeed on the farm since 2010, and there was never a title made for it. Currently, the county interface is clunky at best and not user-friendly. There is one or maybe two people left in the state technology division that knows how to keep it running, and I'm hoping that we don't allow them to travel together. We can't afford to have anything happen to them. There's another county interface that may be bigger and more important to many of you, and that is the connection of RIS with the state voter registration system, Mr. Chairman, WyoReg. Currently, when election officials across every county in the state enters a new voter into WyoReg, instantly it reaches out to RIS, which checks its connection to the Division of Criminal Investigation. That's checking there, Mr. Chairman, to see if the registrant is a felon and therefore not eligible to vote in Wyoming. It also goes out and checks, Mr. Chairman, against the Department of Health to ensure the person in front of us isn't purporting themselves to be someone who's deceased. As I'm sure you all can agree, RIS serves a critical function for county clerks across the state to help ensure that citizens who are offering to register are in fact eligible to do so. I understand, Mr. Chairman, that this project is enormous in scope as well as cost, but if the system isn't overhauled, we could possibly be in for larger issues in the future. I feel like counties understand the cost of such an overhaul, and like the state, we have our own budgetary constraints. Currently, the counties that are using the motor vehicle portion of RIS pay a user fee along with a per hit charge. So every time we go out and search, we get a hit charge with that. I can't speak for all clerks in the state, but I feel we here in Park County feel that the fees are fair to us at this time. Mr. Chairman, RIS is a behemoth of a system, touches many of your agencies as well as the counties. And it's not going to be simple to replace, as you've heard over and over again with testimony from the director, but it's equally as important. It's huge for us. And Mr. Chairman, I would thank you again for your time today. I would now stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Odie. Questions for Mr. Odie? Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to come and visit with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ryman, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the County Commissioners Association, and I'll keep my comments brief. I think Mr. Odie's provided you a good overview of how many counties
use the system. I'll state that not all counties are required to use the system. And in fact, most or a good number of them don't. So I wanted to make sure that you had a few data points relative to that. Currently, there are 13 counties with some measurable usage of the RIS system. That total usage amongst the governmental entities, which is one subset of the overall user group here. And I know Whiteout's perhaps provided you in past their interaction system bubble chart here. We're the two little yellow dots over here, and you can see the spider web of other users in the system. So we are very small. In fact, of the governmental users, counties make up 1.22% of the total usage of the system. The largest county user is currently Laramie County at 0.35% usage. Park County is one of the higher end users at the county level. As Mr. Odie mentioned, counties are charged a user charge when they enter the system. And we do continue to believe that that's a fair way to charge counties for usage of the system and would hope that that system could continue to move forward. We do support the advancement and upgrade of this system. It is critical to all the systems that Mr. Odie mentioned. I also think that there's a possibility, if it's done right and in collaboration with the county, that you could see better interfaces between state and county systems. We have our own systems at the local level. Many of them are on the same platforms, but if we do this right, we can interface those systems and begin to share data in a more robust way than perhaps we're doing today. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Questions for Mr. Raymond? Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Jeremiah. It didn't occur to me that there might be 10 counties that aren't on this system. What do the other 10 do, and how many different systems do they have?
Mr. Chairman, many of them don't access the system simply because they're worried about the charge and are concerned about budgets. And so they've used other workarounds to access that information. Maybe it's another third-party vendor that has accessed the information, or they just simply don't do it at all, to my understanding.
So, Mr. Chairman, how then does the information about a vehicle registration get into the statewide database if they're not using the RIS system?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not the guy to answer that. Perhaps Mr. Odie would have a better response to that one.
Mr. Odie, are you still there? Did you hear the question, Mr. Odie?
I did, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Senator Kinski, currently what is happening with many counties that are not utilizing the system as we are here in Park County, many of them just simply pick up the telephone and call into WYDOT, which is, as you are aware, that's taken up your resources on your agency's time, then on your agency's behalf. And if we had a system that was better able to be accessed and easier to use, I believe that you'd probably see more users from the county side. As far as reporting, Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, everybody reports to the state their registrations and titles. That goes without question. Everybody in the state does report. It's how they utilize the system from a user interface portion is where they're not, the other 10 counties may not be using it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Riemann, just so I understand about these 10 counties not using the RIS system right now, does that mean if a person in one of those 10 counties presents a phony fake driver's license to the county clerk, that unless that person calls WYDOT, they have no way of knowing whether it's valid or not? Is that what it means?
Mr. Chairman, a couple of things there. One, I mentioned measurable usage. So it's possible that a county is using it. It's just simply below threshold of 1/10%, which is the data that I have there. So it is possible that those other 10 are using the system in some ways. That said, as Mr. Odie mentioned, many counties are concerned about the cost of accessing the system. So I do know of at least one county where the clerk calls up YDOT, gets the information and goes about her merry way, but she's never accessed the system, hasn't been charged.
What, do you know what the system charge is?
Mr. Chairman, I don't, but
Mr. Odie?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to further answer Senator Stiff's question about the person standing in front of us. I believe you, I'm not sure, but I got the feeling that you were talking about in an election registration situation. Everybody uses that. That is, it's integral, and it's absolutely necessary that WyoReg across the state has that same connection. It doesn't matter whether they want to use it or don't want to use it, and whatever the Secretary of State has set up with ANI, I'm not sure if there's any back and forth monies exchanged between those two entities, but with WyoReg, every single person and every single county is using the RIS system through WyoReg. I hope that answers your question better.
Thank you. Do you know, Mr. Odie, do you know the amount of the user fee to RIS?
Mr. Chairman?
Do you know the amount of the user fee to RIS for a county?
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. I have in front of me 11 months of invoices from ANI, and for that 11 months, we were just a little over $1,000 total for the 11 months previous to August.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr.
Schwartz,
Chairman.
did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He just answered it for me.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for either Mr. Odie or Mr. Reaman? There be none. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. We appreciate your participation. Is there any other public comment for us on item 10, Department of Transportation Information System? Any other comment? All right. We'll go ahead and close off comment. Next item we have on our agenda is well, we could do that, but it's 2:43, and if we got one more done, we could take a break after that. But hearing the pleas of folks, we'll go ahead and take a break for we'll be back at 10:55 to take up the next item. Excuse me, about 2:55. Only 8 hours away. call our Joint Appropriations Committee back to order. Next item, we're on item 11, update on CARES Act and ARPA Act, actual and planned expenditures. We have the governor's chief policy director from the governor's office, Rennie McKay. And Rennie, we'll let you guys go ahead and take over. You want to introduce your team, and then we'll entertain what you have for us this afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Rennie McKay, Governor Gordon's policy director, and joined today by Director Kevin Hibbard, the budget department, and he'll have information for you on the status of funds related to the American Rescue Plan account. And also Ms. Erica Legursky is with me here to my left, and she's Governor Gordon's policy advisor on budget matters, as well as several other policy areas. So thank you very much for having us here today. We want to make sure you have up-to-date information on actual and planned spending of all those federal COVID relief funds that are so numerous. So as you well know, Congress has been very busy the last year and a half passing bills related to COVID relief. Your LSO has provided you some great information showing that $8 billion total across all of those federal acts have come to Wyoming in one form or another, directly to individuals or directly to businesses. But all of those have come to Wyoming, and then there's the $2.5 billion that's under the purview of the governor and the legislature. So that's where we're all focused today. That first 1.25 billion came last spring, from the CARES Act. And as we all know, that had to be spent very quickly. The deadline was the end of the year, and then an extension came at the 11th hour to create a deadline of the end of this year for the CARES Act funds. So really that funding period and that funding bucket is where the governor's focused on what he calls the survive phase, where we're really focused on the protecting lives and livelihoods here as we manage the pandemic. So right in the heat of the pandemic is the survive phase. And really, we hope that and plan to have that wrapping up at the end of the year. So it's CARES funds and also direct payments to the Wyoming Department of Health or to other entities that have been the main resources to fund the survive phase. Although I will note that this week, if you hadn't heard, the governor did direct the use of some ARPA dollars to be used in this survive phase for hospital and long-term care staffing. Really feel like there is a very severe strain on the healthcare system right now as we see a surge in hospitalizations. We're close to the record number of hospitalizations at any one time right now, and with the length of this pandemic now and the impact on people and especially on the healthcare system and healthcare workers, we're trying to get more staff into those facilities. So again, hospitals and long-term care, we're also trying to say thanks and provide some relief to those workers to retain them, because we have seen a drop off in employment in that sector, especially as COVID has dragged out.
Co-chair. And Rennie, will that swap out with COVID dollars if it comes back in? That's my understanding.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, that is definitely the plan. Is that the governor? I'll get into that here in one second, but that is the ideal scenario. Is that as long as we can find CARES funds, we will use those first.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. So Rennie, how's that message getting out to our healthcare providers, long-term care providers, that those resources available? I mean, I'm just wondering how.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
The Hospital Association is going to administer the grants on that. So we have been in contact with them, and they will directly work on specific grants to those facilities in both cases. And if you'll recall, we did the travelers last winter when we were in another surge. So the hospitals and long-term care facilities have experience going through that, of being able to bill for that. There is also another opportunity at this point, and that is that the nonprofit and county-owned hospitals or long-term care facilities can apply for 100% reimbursement through FEMA. So that's another opportunity for them that we're trying to help facilitate. So there's both that can help them for costs they incurred already this year before these grants started being available and going forward. So we're doing a lot of outreach with the hospital association and also the long-term care association.
Go ahead, continue.
Mr. Chairman, I want to recap kind of where we have been as we move ahead. So again, the goal during the survive phase and last year was to save lives and protect livelihoods. And so that was the aim of the spending and working with you all and the legislation passed during that special session. So the bulk of the funding went to small businesses and to provide relief to them as they were very impacted by COVID. We also had a large amount last year go to the hospitals and long-term care facilities in both staffing and infrastructure. And then worked really hard to have schools stay open and deliver in-person education safely last year. And that was a big success last year. So again, that's where we have been. A quick recap. And so then to where we are at this moment with CARES dollars, out of the 1.25 billion that's come to Wyoming, very little is unallocated now. It's essentially all out there allocated, especially due to this situation with the hospital staffing effort to increase staffing and also to retain staff. That is going to be, it was a $30 million allocation. And so that will use up every dollar of CARES Act until we get to the FEMA reimbursement. And so the reason it's a little bit squishy today is because there are still situations where some CARES Act dollars are coming back to the state through audits, or we've got situations where perhaps a project came in under budget. And so Ms. Legursky and Director Hibbert are working very closely together to watch that and bring dollars back. And so we can't deploy those again. We've also got the Senate File 118 provision with the $20 million that had to be spent on things that were approved in 2020 but not completed. And so we're finding grants, projects, and procurements that qualify for that, and that'll freeze up some money that otherwise per Senate File 118 would be returned at the end of the year. So appreciate the team to my left and the team at the budget department who are doing so much work with that with the agencies.
What's the now, or has it changed on amounts of FEMA dollars that we may get, or the time frame of when we may qualify?
Mr. Chairman, I will flip to the next slide and turn it over to Ms. Legursky to walk you through all of that detail.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, take my mask off for you. Chairman Nicholas. Erica Legursky, Senior Policy Advisor for Governor Gordon. As Rennie had mentioned, I'd like to share with you some updates that we've had from the FEMA recovery program. The slides that are in your deck are as of September 1st. As we had mentioned last time we were here, we're having weekly meetings between the Office of Homeland Security, the Budget Department, Governor's Office, and then also a consultant that we have hired to help us do this. Within those conversations, bless you, within those conversations, this is a forever changing project. So you'll see that some of the dollar figures and stuff that I give you are a little bit different than what we provided you on September 1st. On this first slide right here, you'll see that we have project 1 through 5. So the first project 1 is the larger of our projects that we have, and it's $41 million. What we have done at the top, kind of within the totals, you'll see that there's this amount submitted to FEMA, and it says 99.3 million. That's what we have submitted to FEMA. When we had testified last time, we had said that we were looking at close to about 81 million that we thought that would be acceptable by FEMA, and that is what we were looking at. In some conversations that we've had over the last couple of weeks, and particularly yesterday, that figure looks like it's closer to 54.1 million is what we're expecting to have obligated. And as we go through, I'll kind of let you know which projects those are in. For project number 1, based on previous experience that we've had with FEMA, we're looking at a 60 to 90-day time frame. It's kind of an assumption for when they're going to obligate those funds to us. As you can see, project number 1 is past that 60 to 90-day time period. And it looks like we could anticipate possibly another 4 weeks before that project is obligated. Because of that, we've had our consultant who has had several conversations with FEMA, but just this week, yesterday, I believe it was, we actually had the Office of Homeland Security along with our consultant meet with those FEMA 8 stakeholders to talk to them about the progress and then also our application. One of the things that they had said, it was actually a productive meeting, I believe. One of the things that I had testified to last time that I had talked to you was that there was a discussion between the $150 and the $100 for the testing kits. Looks like FEMA is saying that we're going to have that $150 that would be approved. So for the number 1 project, we had 41 million. We had told you last time we testified that we thought 13.5 of that was going to go away. It looks like that 13.5 is going to come back. So if FEMA were to obligate that to us and approve that project, we would get the entire 41 million back. So that was a positive that had come out of the conversation. One of the things that we had asked, that they had asked FEMA, I was not able to be on that call, was to see if we couldn't get those funds obligated between September 24th or October 1st. And that's where Rennie will talk later about the UI obligation that we've made for that. That's part of that. At the current pace, we're not sure that we're going to meet that deadline. We do know, I got an update today that as of yesterday, FEMA has actually moved our project up to the next step. There's about 2 or 3 steps left to go before it's finally approved. So we are working, Budget Division and SAO, or excuse me, Office of Homeland Security have worked on a draft letter that we can send to FEMA, just letting them know, why we need the urgency of these funds and what that is and why we're wanting those back. We are going to have conversations or are in conversations with the congressional delegation to also see if they can help us move some of those funds forward. So project number 1 seems to be in a pretty good place. Hopefully, if we can just get those 3 things done with the governor's letter and maybe some congressional assistance, we feel pretty confident with the entire amount of the 41 for project number 1. Where the difference is and the decrease that you'll see actually comes within projects number 2 and projects number 3. Projects number 2 was for medical staffing. That's a little bit to what Rennie had alluded to. We were anticipating 26.8 million coming back from that. We've had a couple of RSIs and some pushback from FEMA regarding some documentation that they're asking for. What we feel pretty confident is about 3.5 million. So what the discussion has been is that we're going to break those apart. The 3.5 million that we think is going to be an easy ask, we're going to continue to push forward on those. Not going to stop, if you will, on the remainder of those asks, but we just want to separate those so that if there's additional documentation that they're asking to be required for some of those things in project 2 and 3. So we're trying to move forward that in pieces. So between projects 2 and 3, we're pretty confident that 8.5 million of those projects can move forward. And then we're going to continue to have conversations and provide documentation to FEMA regarding the other, the remaining of those funds.
So Mr. Co-Chair, what type of documentation? Is it stuff that's difficult to get or that may not be available?
I don't really think it's difficult to get, Mr. Chairman. I think that it's more details. One of the things that they're wanting, particularly for the medical staffing, is they want to know kind of a day in the life of those medical staff. What were they doing? Who were they treating? How many hours did they work with each patient? Those are just things that we did not have in the documentation that we had. So that's something we're going to have to work with the hospital association or some others in order to get that kind of level of detail that they're asking
And
for.
when we made those dollars available, did we say they need to document that type of information? Or in other words, do they have to put it together for us and then bring it, then we resubmit it? Or is it something, how easy of a task is that? Do we know?
Mr. Chairman, that I'm not sure on, but I can get that information back to you. I did have Director Bud listening in, so I'm not sure if she has that information, but she can, or we can get back to you on that. We do know, looking at other FEMA regions, and it'll be on one of the next slides, other FEMA regions have been successful with the hospital staffing and then also testing supplies that they've had. So one of the things that the consultant is going to do is to look at those projects that have been approved with other FEMA regions and see if we can't leverage those as precedent for approving some of ours. So that is one thing that we're looking at as well. So we're continuing to have those meetings with FEMA. We'll stay on this slide. Project 4 and 5 that were on the previous slide are smaller dollar amounts. And those we don't see any problem with. Those have been put in and we haven't had any RFIs back from FEMA on that, but we feel pretty confident that those will go through without any issue. So what we're looking at right now for the amount that could come back from FEMA is that 54.1 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking at this document and footnote number 1 causes me some concern because it seems to imply that regardless of whatever rules this is operating under, or I don't know quite what the word is I'm looking for, variable perhaps. Could you elaborate on that?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So footnote number 1 does go with that. And Representative Schwartz, hopefully I can answer this for the time frame, that 60-day to 90-day time frame. When we had put those assumptions in, there really isn't a written rule, if you would say, of how long it's going to take to get those back. That's just with historical, how long it's taken to get some of those obligations and reimbursements.
Good. Thank you. Continue.
On the next slide, Mr. Chairman, just wanted to show you this and then the following slide on here. With the FEMA regions, there are 10 FEMA regions that are out there. The state of Wyoming is part of FEMA Region 8. So we just wanted to show these slides just to show you that we have a confidence level. There's $30 billion across the US that has gone to COVID-related projects, similar to the projects that we have submitted. So that's where our confidence level is coming in, that if we can get these pushed forward, that we believe that they will be approved because we have other states, as you can see in FEMA Region 6, they've had quite a bit of money that has been approved. It's just getting us through the process in a timely manner is where we're looking at. So just wanted to kind of show you where those regions were. Each of the regions also have kind of different philosophies and thought process. You have different people who are reviewing those projects. And so that's just been one of the things that we've been working on too, is just to make sure that there's some consistency. And that's where we're trying to leverage some of that information on other FEMA regions that we know have approved. We do know in FEMA Region 6 that they have approved the hospital staffing. And so that's one of the ones that we're going to be looking at for that. On the next slide, this is just to show you FEMA Region 8. So the largest state number 1, I didn't put state names on here, but state number 1 is the largest population and COVID-19 cases that were in our particular region. And they have received, as you can see, $951 million in reimbursements for that. So we'll also be looking towards that to see if we can leverage some of that language and see where we have some documentation lacking, if we can get that narrative tightened up a little bit. To date, we have had 367,000 that has been obligated to the state of Wyoming. That is not the state of Wyoming. That's actually local entities as far as hospitals and counties that have received the 367,000. If there's no questions, I'll turn it back over to Rennie.
Any questions for Erica? Representative Steve?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Liguriski, so does that mean, I think I'm stating the obvious, that as of today, Wyoming the state has received 0 FEMA dollars, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, yes, for what we're trying to do for this cost recovery for FEMA, we have not received any obligating funds back.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Erica.
Just
Wait a second.
One
Mr.
more.
Co-Chair, go ahead.
Because these are CARES Act dollars and those dollars have to be expended by the end of the year, that means that either they have to extend it or they've got to respond quickly, or they may not respond. And we don't really know what will happen when we cross that date line. Is that fair?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that is definitely one of the points of consideration that we're going through as we plan this. And the situation we're in right now, with the hospital staffing issue, for example, the goal, and Director Hibbard will run this and is thinking about this, is that if those dollars do start to come in, we can try to immediately start offsetting ARPA with those. But because of the urgency of that issue, we are going to commit to moving ARPA dollars out for that need if it arises. If we get paid in CARES Act, we'll go with that. But the other thing that I'll get to in a moment, obviously, is the UI tax credit for businesses around the state. That is still our plan to move forward on that. But it will be if we're going to be able to use CARES dollars, it depends on getting some funding back from FEMA.
Okay. Continue.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to update on where the funds are going right now, hospital staffing is the biggest area. Also putting money into mental health, substance abuse, and suicide mitigation at this time as we move forward. There's also on the economic relief side of things, looking at tourism, outdoor recreation, the energy rebound program money is going out to that, the meat processing program. So those three pillars of our economy were areas where we put money already this year from CARES to try to provide some relief in those sectors, and also with the broadband strategic mapping to give us some better ideas about where to put dollars in the future, the federal dollars. So that's some where the money that's already been allocated and is being spent down was in place. So
Go ahead, Representative Lark.
Chairman, Renee, was that coming through our state's portion, or was that coming through the SAMHSA route?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I missed
So this stuff coming to this stuff coming to mental health and substance abuse, was that coming through the SAMHSA grants, or was that in the state's allocation?
Mr. Chairman, that's specific to the state's allocation. There are also SAMHSA dollars going out into that same sector. So that's exactly right.
And are we getting those? Are those starting to come in? Are we seeing those? And are they going to the mental health providers and substance abuse groups directly, or is that coming through the department? How are we seeing that?
Mr. Chairman, I could be off on this slightly, but as I understand it, that went to the Department of Health and they're administering those out to those providers. But Director Johansson I will check with him and have him email you to correct me if I'm wrong about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Continue.
So, Mr. Chairman, the last thing on CARES is just, again, where we were going to be putting the dollars. If any other CARES Act dollars become available, it will go to hospital staffing and that tax relief for businesses through the unemployment credit. And the time frame for that is October. So that's why, Ms. Legursky noted that the aim is to try to push FEMA to give us some reimbursement ahead of that. So we've got that option if we need it. So that's where the last of the CARES Act would be going this year. That's what we have it planned.
Now the 58 million that you looked at, that we already deposited 30, and this is the other 28 you're looking for? Or am I remembering that wrong?
Mr. Chairman, it's 25 and 39 has already gone in. I've got it.
25 and 39
are already in, and that is for UI trust solvency. This 58 million is to provide credits to businesses. So the 58 covers what that credit. So the goal is to per the statute that you created, you created that opportunity for the state to do the non-charge. And we were conservative on the first pass last year on that. So it was only businesses that were directly closed by any health order that qualified. The 58 allows us to get it to all the businesses that are eligible in that space. So it should be a much broader business relief effort now. So a new executive order is necessary and would be coming out with that. And then the dollars would be made available so that the trust is not compromised by that credit, that we make the trust whole, but we provide the relief to businesses.
All right, thank you. Continue.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr. Chairman. Going back about 2 pages to the recreated programs on the energy rebound program and the meat, agriculture meat processing. 2 million, is that what we allocated or is that what's been spent to date on the agriculture meat processing?
Mr. Chairman, that was in the reallocation. So an additional 2 million went this year. I believe we spent about 3 last year on that program. And it has not all been spent. The payments on that will go out through the entire year.
Closing December 5th. Mr. Chairman, follow up. And that's closing December 15th with any unexpended at that time going where?
Mr. Chairman, all of the 2 million is under contract. So we and obviously sometimes a contract doesn't come in, something happens. So if that were to happen to us, and we will definitely be planning for some last minute distributions of these CARES Act, because there will likely be some money that does come in on a contract that doesn't get fulfilled, or someone who got the contract but decides not to use it, or an audit pops something. So there will be some dollars that will be kind of bouncing around here at the end of the year on this CARES that we will catch and use as effectively as possible.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I am on this slide. So excited now to talk to you about, the future. And I think what the governor and the cabinet have been working on with legislators and also with local officials to try to come up with some ideas for this ARPA dollars that can make a lasting impact. So really appreciate that you give us a chance to talk about this. There are a lot of people from across the state who've worked on this. And the major focus is, can we help Wyoming thrive into the future? I think when I finish up, Director Hibbard's going to talk to you about the status of these funds. But outside of the revenue replacement, until this hospital staffing situation has come up, only a tiny amount of funding has been spent out of ARPA allocation. And that's because our main focus is to look out and try to be as strategic as possible. I think we all know that these federal funds do create opportunity for the state, but they also come with the cost of debt for the nation. And so I think we've kind of all agreed that with a longer spending horizon gives us a chance to be more strategic. And with that, we can also try to make a bigger impact, because as this debt is likely going on our kids and grandkids, can we make a difference that's going to benefit them with these dollars? So that's really what we think it is to thrive. We put these criteria in place. The governor put those in place, and appreciate those people who gave feedback to get to these criteria. And that's what will be the lens to filter proposals out as they come in. Strike team that's working on this is representing a diverse set of backgrounds. We've got folks from the legislature. We've got head of the county commission, the executive of the County Commission Association, Commissioner Jim Willix from Converse County, Mayor Matt Hall from Cody is representing municipalities. We're trying to pull all of that local perspective and geographic background and diversity to try to have ideas that are best for the state of Wyoming. So really relying both on that expertise that those folks bring to the table, but also their ability to go out to the public and engage with them, or to be engaged in a local grocery store, whatever it may be, to bring ideas forward. And hopefully, I really appreciate that you've had us on the agenda now 3 times, way more than you wanted, to talk about this, so we can hopefully stimulate that conversation across the state. So the other thing that I just wanted to flag is that this planning effort, I think, is really beneficial for where those people who are involved sit, because this is not the only money that's out there. And so this isn't going to be only ARPA requests and the pending infrastructure bill that is out there. This kind of poises us to have some ideas at the ready for how to best spend that money as well, if that does pass. And then, the ARPA is such a big act that there are many, many programs in there. So we've now seen opportunities for U.S. Economic Development Association funds that are ARPA dollars, but we have to apply for them through that program. So it's just kind of one more bucket of funds that's available, but that can help Wyoming and help us prepare for a better future. Mr. Chairman, I'll go through each goal really briefly. So we do create that opportunity for people to hear about this. And also what I want to do is touch on these goals is to let you all know, and anyone else who's interested know who's working on these, so they could be in touch with them if they had any ideas as we try to wrap up these proposals. So, the deadline for proposals for this year is mid-October, and we do have time. So if there aren't proposals now, or they're complex problems to solve, if perhaps it's bringing a proposal to all of you next year, we've said to the strike team, that's fine. Don't rush something just to rush it. We do have a little bit more time to be as thoughtful as possible with these. So goal number 1 is really an umbrella goal, and folks who are online can also see the full report that was presented to all of you in June that goes into these goals in a little bit more detail. But goal number 1 is really an umbrella goal about trying to retain and attract those young families to raise their kids here, to start businesses here, to start their careers here, and really help our economy. So that's a big umbrella goal. And then if you go into the specifics of it there, though, we do have some projects that are moving forward there. Housing is a good example of one. And obviously we have local housing authorities that have been trying to tackle this now for years. And certainly the last 18 months have really put a fine point on the housing challenge in many, many communities across the state. So we've got housing authorities who are working on this, the WCDA. Mayor Matt Hall from Cody, again, is kind of our lead on this, and he's working with the WCDA, and so can take ideas through towns and cities. He can take ideas through the WCDA, and trying to figure out what we might want to do there as some options. But again, I think that's an example of a challenge that is so large that unless something is readily apparent that it's going to have an impact, that this one might need a year to develop fully, so we can be as smart as possible, because it might not be that we also can solve it with money, or should government money be the solution. All of those are possibilities. Childcare, though, is another topic under this goal, and it's very complex and to solve and fix. But Director Corin Schmidt from DFS is here. She's worked very hard on this already, and this is a situation where the Department of Family Services received a grant for childcare directly. And so she has been working with her stakeholders and her team to develop a plan, and it's up on their website. So if you had questions, but that's another example of where we're trying to not say that this has to lead to a budget request from all of you, but it led to a thoughtful plan, I would say, that is about trying to drive towards a future where we can thrive a little bit more and have a stronger childcare system in Wyoming. Director Schmidt is
She's right behind you.
She's not going to volunteer to come up here, so you all stop me otherwise I'm going. All right, goal number 2 is economic development, at its core. And so this is something the Business Council is taking the lead on, but they're working with their partners from the EDOs around the state to other entities to try to come up with ideas here. And for this goal, it's jobs and GDP data show that what happened in Wyoming is that COVID accelerated the underlying challenges in Wyoming for our economy. So since the beginning of this pandemic, the Business Council has been busy. They've been talking to a lot of businesses as they ran other programs. And so they've been trying to listen in that to find out what some options are and what businesses really need, what's coming out of local communities. And then also their economic development partners from across the state are trying to identify what everybody's facing. And that feedback really got to WBC so they can develop what they're calling problem-based solutions. So they're trying to solve what's really a problem that you can define. And some of the top challenges that have been identified from all of the survey responses, public meetings, one-on-one conversations they've had, are that there's, industry vulnerability and changes in the energy sector are huge for Wyoming right now. So how do we take that challenge on? What about the supply chain disruptions? What opportunities does that create for Wyoming? Well, we've got, building and community infrastructure, from where to build to, how quickly you can get something built up if you need it. And then education for businesses and planning and mentorship is another area that they're focusing. And so they'll be bringing some proposals forward, and the priorities that the WBC and their partners are going to be evidence-based and really trying to link to increasing jobs, wages, economic output, or state revenue really. So additionally, the WBC is working with federal partners. I mentioned the EDA. So there's significant money through that program as well that could be used to help solve some of these problems and to also help us be stronger into the future. Goal number 3, Mr. Chairman, is education and workforce. And I think this covers an area that many of us have been focused on for several years. And it's very important to Wyoming. And it's, you can see where there's a Venn diagram going on a lot of these goals, right? If we're going to do economic development, education, and workforce are going to be a part of it. But Director Robin Cooley and her team at Department of Workforce Services are leading this goal. They're obviously coordinating with all of those partners from the Business Council, the UW, and community colleges, and using that coordination to draw out public feedback. And some of that has past feedback and guidance has shaped programs like Wyoming Works. So while this is more than just the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, I am going to highlight that one for you a little bit, Mr. Chairman. And the overarching objective for the Wyoming Innovation Partnership is to have more jobs in Wyoming and more industries at higher wages. And so I think that's also a target, though, that we can align a lot of programs alongside. And so just to, again, not that this will be the only proposal that would come forward in this goal, but the Wyoming Innovation Partnership is something the governor started with the institutions of higher education in Wyoming. To try to explain it to you as quickly as I can that's a collaboration to enable higher education to strengthen and grow Wyoming's economy by linking, those local community goals that are there for what a community wants to become and what its opportunities and strengths are. And then to link that up with the state's strategy for economic development and diversification with entities like the Business Council and Workforce Services. So, personally, I'm really excited to see how the community colleges are working together, how they're working with the University of Wyoming, and then to try to really link up all of those groups to see how they can pull together. And so I know that President Seidel is on your agenda already, but we also have President Darren Devine of Casper College, I believe is in the Zoom, and he's co-chair of the WIP. And also, if everybody came in behind me, Josh Durrell, CEO of the Business Council, is here in some form or another, and also Robin Cooley from Workforce Services, who are working on this. So as the college presidents and President Seidel have worked very hard over the last few months to really refine some proposals about what to do with this innovation partnership and what would the first step be, because we want to go from just those words on the page to launching a program and trying to get those jobs created, or trying to get the people with the right skills so they can fill those jobs that we already know are out there. So I really want to thank them for all the work that they've done over the last couple of months to work together in what seems like a very new way. Also their staff at the Community College Commission at UW and all those other agencies have been working hard on this. The specifics for right now, what we're seeing emerge are about programs in those institutions of higher education. And so to have those institutions connected and coordinating better around entrepreneurship, also the energy industry, expanding the digital industry and technology, and hospitality and tourism, or those are some of the first ones that have come forward from the folks working on this one. So the governor sees the alignment and coordination happening now as kind of setting a great stage for us to build on, and look forward to bringing you more on this here over the coming months. But thank you for that opportunity. Goal 4 is broadband, connect Wyoming. So this is really about connectivity for Wyoming. And, really did feel like there was a lot of success last year getting $50 million out in 1 year. And remember, that all had to be spent by the end of the year. So that 50 million is in the ground now, or built above ground. So, great jobs creation. We saw that benefit from this program last year, and we're looking to build on that. And what we're really, again, aiming for is connecting the internet in what are termed unserved or underserved communities. And the new ARPA bill allows for higher speeds even than CARES. So we will be talking about even higher speeds to communities with this new program. And we appreciate the Broadband Task Force of the legislature's work on that Connect Wyoming bill. And so the governor's office and this strike force don't have an identified number now for how much ARPA should go into broadband, but there are certainly ideas coming. And what we plan to do is start taking applications this fall. And so that should inform kind of what the need and opportunity in Wyoming is. And then there's also a situation where there's several other pots of funding available for broadband. And so we've got a couple of them right here. Again, ARPA being such a big bill, Wyoming's getting money through what's called the Capital Project Fund. And we're expecting guidance on that specific pot, and that's 109 million allocated to Wyoming. But I believe we have to apply for it, but the guidance is not completed yet, but we've been waiting all summer on that one.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Rennie, could you give us an update on how the mapping and surveying projects are going? I'm sure you'll want to complete those so we can see, I guess, where the dollars have been spent, before we look at future dollars. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Durrell will make his way up here to give you the specifics on that because it is underway, but it is really important to us because what we ran into last year is we were told we could only put money towards underserved or unserved. That it was, all right, well, who tells us what that is? And we only had one map and it came from the FCC. And we do want a better map than that. I'll put it that way. So Mr. Durrell, if it's all right, he can give you more specifics.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Durrell, CEO of the Business Council. On that mapping project, that the agreements have been executed and the data is now being shared and dealt with to be able to put into a map that can be utilized by providers as well as agencies to be able to develop and really see the unserved areas. So we're combining a lot of different data sources there. Some are public, some are private, and some are user-based data sources in order to be able to really get an accurate picture of what's going on the ground. So those things are in process right now.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McKay, is WyoLink eligible for those broadband dollars?
Mr. Chairman, the infrastructure part of ARPA is kind of frustratingly narrow right now. So I think as of today, probably not, but we will definitely be digging into that. It's my understanding that once the infrastructure bill, if it passes, may open up other uses for the ARPA infrastructure section. but they were trying to keep it narrow at this point. So we're not sure. There's also a possibility, because it's public safety equipment, that it could qualify for ARPA that way. So we'll certainly be looking at all options, because that is something that we know is important to Wyoming's future. For us to thrive, we've got to be safe, and we need the infrastructure to do it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Continue.
Mr. Chairman, so just as you see up there, those other funds that are potentially available or we hope to be available, the NTIA grant is the state applied for 30.6 million. We should know in November if we're successful on those applications. And then somewhere else in ARPA, there is $4.6 billion available for states to apply for. So that will be a competitive grant process, but that's another area where outside of 109 and outside of our $1 billion in ARPA that could be used to fund broadband expansion in Wyoming. And obviously there's still the infrastructure bill too. So goal 5 is about the healthcare solutions for the state, and the governor started a group a task force and brought people together from hospitals and nurses and doctors, and tried to have everybody from that healthcare community serve on a task force to start work on COVID response last March. And since then, the task force has did willingly take on some extra work to look at the future of our healthcare system. And so that task force is at work developing some potential proposals. So again, maybe some this year. If there's anything bigger, it would come next year. But a couple areas to highlight would be the emergency medical services. Clearly, it's an area that was strained by COVID. It's also an area that we see has opportunities and when we see need for improvements, but there'll be discussions there about does federal funding help us on that front? And also, we've got ideas coming forward about infrastructure, so the hard healthcare infrastructure and what proposals might be coming from that sector.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Stitt.
Rennie, is it your expectation that the governor's recommendation will include using ARPA funds for the one-time transition costs for ambulance service, for example, across the state, to either be brought into hospitals or to fire departments or to special districts, especially in the event that the legislature were to decide that ambulance service is an essential service?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stitt, that's very much the conversation in that group. So they haven't finalized it. That sounds like, from what I understand of the work of that subcommittee of the task force, is that they are definitely considering that. So I haven't heard that, they haven't been told they have to bring that one forward. But appreciate input. I know we've heard it also from some municipalities that is something that should be considered. The county commissioners are helping with that subcommittee as well to bring forward those ideas. So it seems like it should be eligible too. So I think that hopefully that will be at least debated for this year or next year.
Okay, continue.
Mr. Chairman, I think I can get through the last goals here fairly quickly on outdoor recreation and wildlife. I just want to highlight the example of how we're using ideas from across Wyoming to come up with ideas to meet this goal. So the state parks is leading on this, and their Office of Outdoor Recreation has been for several years doing those collaboratives. And so, for example, there's the Bighorn Basin Collaborative on outdoor recreation. And it's taking ideas from that local level and bringing them up to see what could be used for looking at more of a statewide program or project for these funds that would be eligible there. Also, we've got the wildlife agencies, Game and Fish and Wildlife Trust participating in this, and they're looking at ideas about knowing that wildlife is an important part of Wyoming thriving into the future, because it's an important part of our quality of life and economy. So looking at ideas there. For goal number 7, I think what this shows something we all saw, and that is that the COVID pandemic exposed cracks in the system. And one of those cracks was related to the food supply chain. And so that led us to the investments in meat processing. That should also add value to our agricultural economy. But certainly, the food supply chain was strained at times last year, as we can all recall. So those were important investments, and that's going to be a part of what we keep an eye on with this goal, but also looking at the distribution system for donated or publicly purchased food. And the Department of Family Services and Department of Ag are working on this goal with stakeholders and looking at some planning grants to better identify what are the true and most efficient solutions for Wyoming's food distribution network. Goal number 8 is infrastructure projects. ARPA says water, sewer, and broadband. So broadband, is very connected to that goal 4. And the water and sewer, as you heard from the select water committee this morning, is working on that to develop some ideas there. Also with cabinet members hard at work on that same topic. But just
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Stopped him in his tracks. Go ahead.
So what we've heard about is water, but we haven't heard anything on sewer. And we're seeing a distinct line between the two. So give me what conversation you have to help these cities with their sewer stuff.
Mr. Chairman, the sewer, I think this gets into a kind of a dynamic we have of that municipalities receive their own funding, and counties did too. So if they want to use that local money, sewer has been blessed as an allowable expense. But I do think we're going to see scenarios where a project would outstrip what a municipality received directly. So as I've talked to the folks who are working on this, they should be, what my expectation is they will develop some ideas for a process for a municipality to apply, whether it's water or sewer, but there could be an application process to at least consider that. And certainly the expectation would be to leverage their own dollars, ARPA or otherwise as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Kinski.
follow up. Is there a definition there? Are they talking about sanitary sewer or storm sewers included in the definition of sewer as well?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that guidance. So I'll get back to you on that one about what we've seen in the guidance on that one.
There's a lot of mandates for Clean Water Act that it's a big expense that a lot of towns and cities are looking at.
Point source solution.
Mr. Chairman.
Please continue.
So, there are all kinds of infrastructure projects out there, but if another infrastructure project aligned with another goal, if carbon captures, we would think about that as we try to recover the economy and grow into the future. That kind of infrastructure project would be brought forward through that economic development goal. So just a little bit of an approach on how we're dealing with that. And then to questions about WyoLink or things like that, looking at the public safety side of infrastructure through this goal. State employee retention, is an area that I think employee retention is something everyone is dealing with at this point across the state. But because one use that is allowable for ARPA is to help with public employees related to the budgets. We know that cities and counties are also doing that, that some of them have given retention bonuses or hazard pay with ARPA. So we're looking at options here, just figure out how we can retain and make sure that, now that we do have a smaller state workforce after the budget cuts, how do we make sure we keep the folks that are strong employees to keep us going. And along those lines, state government efficiency is another area when we have the efficiency report and the experience of the budget department on running that program. And so this is something that we would be working with you very closely on about, kind of an alignment to the budget and the past budget. Are there efficiency ideas that are out there that would be eligible or that could be funded at this time that really do help? Or, you know, as I see it too, we often find those efficiency projects that promise or the aim is to deliver cost savings over the long run, but they take an investment up front. So is this an opportunity for us to fund a few of those and see if we can actually get that upfront cost that saves the state money over the long run and keeps our taxes low? Lastly is about cities, counties, towns, and tribes. So again, ran a program like this last year. All of those entities received their own dollars, but I think we do continue to look at what are projects that communities are interested in for their future. And so again, I think we'd be looking at both the possibility of bringing some specific projects or else a kind of an outline of a program that could be run to analyze applications that would come out of those local communities. And I think some of the main areas of focus on that are that we would really be trying to leverage other dollars and also want to make sure that we're not funding a project that's only going to come back and require funding in the future. So was the main focus on that last goal. And so as we try to finish up this year's set of proposals, I'm going to continue to take feedback from all those stakeholders who have been involved or get involved here over the next few weeks. And an area of focus that the governor asked for is he wants some data because he wants to understand if something's going to get funded, what does a successful version of that project or program look like? So we're asking for a little more data. And since we have the time this go round, we would be trying to bring to you on the proposals there that there'd be something available that gets into a little bit more detail about what the return on investment would look like and kind of the approach to the program. And since we, again, have that time, we think we can do that. The strike team's going to start evaluating the proposals as we close application period in mid-October. And so I'll be back in front of you if you'll have me in October to give you another update. And then planning to be here, obviously, in December with some more specific asks from the governor to all of you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for at this point? Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll preface, this has been a question, it's been in the back of my mind for a number of months. And it's never addressed. So along with the rest of the state, I am aging 20% plus or over 60 years. And it doesn't appear as though senior needs other than when they get in a hospital are really being considered in any of these expenditures. And I'm just wondering if there have been conversations, if opportunities have been identified, because I think it's been overlooked.
Mr. Chairman, just really briefly, that is something that healthcare task force is considering.
Follow up, but beyond healthcare, correct? Because I think, yeah, if you go to the hospital, there are things being done, but I'll call out senior centers, which many of them, they've been struggling to stay open, they're underfunded, and they're a critical component to keeping seniors active in their community. And it's not happening these days.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, good feedback. And definitely when this was launched in June, one of the first requests I heard was senior centers. So not the assisted living centers, but the senior centers, the activity centers. And so I think there are several communities that are certainly having discussions about it. And my advice to them is to start the conversation at the local level, because there are those dollars available. And then that would be, I think, in my mind, a great link on those local program to say, all right, in Jackson of taking care of seniors, or if that's the most important project we could do in that community, or one of the top three, and that community is willing to invest and they want to leverage some of these dollars, can we set up a program to consider those? So I think you're raising some good points, and it certainly, I think the healthcare task force isn't only looking at it for inside the hospital either.
Senator Guru have a question? Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of things. One, Rennie, thanks, and I appreciate the work on the UI question. And so I take it we're just gonna have to wait and find out about that FEMA money, and then how that's all gonna play out with the timing that Chairman Nicholas talked about. Is that so? That's where that sits.
Mr. Chairman, the governor's planning on that is that it is very important to help us survive this time period, and knowing that those rates have been hard on a lot of businesses. So he's certainly looking at ARPA as another option for that. And it is an eligible expense.
Senator Drew, go ahead.
Thank you. Second question. I think that it's the work on with the community colleges and the university on the job creation program has been terrific. I wonder, has there been any discussion? One of the things I hear a lot about is from my constituents is they would really like to try to use some of these programs. But the problem is that they have to stay home and take care of their kids. And so they can't, especially single parents. I hear that from, folks from around the state. And so I was wondering, has there been any talk with any of these programs about whether it's vouchers or something to try to help people address their care needs for their kids, so they can come and take advantage of what I think is a terrific program, whether at the community college level or at UW?
We had to ask questions until Director Schmidt had to stand up. Go ahead, Director Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Corin Schmidt, Wyoming Department of Family Services. Mr. Chairman and Senator DeGrew, if I think I heard your question correctly, you're wondering about services to families who need to take care, or who would like to take advantage of opportunities through the community colleges or the workforce training programs. And yes, we've been having conversations with the Department of Workforce Services to understand that intersection and to look at what we can do to support that. The $26 million that we've allocated in grants will be available for communities, for providers to be able to develop some of those programs. Some of the restrictions we have is those dollars have to go directly to providers. So our goal is to work with the Business Council through their connections, the Department of Workforce through their connections, to really get at that community-based level, to understand what communities need for childcare, and then looking at how we can develop grant opportunities for those providers. It's in line with the housing, that the childcare issue is not a blanket issue across Wyoming. Certainly childcare in and of itself, but the specific problem is fairly unique to the community. Certainly, we know access is a big deal, but what kind of access? Is it access to a toddler type environment? Is it access for 3 to 5 year olds? Is there enough slots? Technically, but because of COVID, we've had to have childcare centers that have reduced capacity. Is it a workforce development issue? And that's a lot of what we keep hearing, is that it's workforce. And that's a situation that we're all in. And so really coming up with the ideas on to solve that problem is going to have to come from the community and really from the providers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Drew. Any other questions? Director Schmidt, before you sit down, isn't the vulnerable adult program under DFF?
Mr. Chairman, yes, the Adult Protective Services, the Vulnerable Adult Program is under the Department of Family Services.
I'm just wondering, has there been an increased demand, or as we've gone through this pandemic, have you seen an uptick, or is that about kind of same, or has there been an effect on vulnerable adults? The last 18 months?
Mr. Chairman, I have not looked at that data recently. At the beginning of the pandemic, we were starting to see some upticks in reports. I'm not sure if that's evened out or not, but I can get back to you on that. Certainly, there's been a lot work done. We have received some additional dollars from the federal government that we've been able to infuse back into that system to do case management and work with communities. But in terms of overall numbers, I don't know about the reports, but I can find out.
Thank you. Senator Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cornwall, you're still front and center. A little update on the rental relief program that you're administering and how that's going, unless Rennie was going to get to that later.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I'm sorry, what program?
The rental relief.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which is there's two programs. We received initial dollars through legislation that occurred in December, and then again, legislation that occurred in the spring. The initial outlay was $200 million. And we set the program up after we received final approval. The governor signed the bill, and we started taking applications at the end of April. We've been taking applications now since then, and we have so far approved $4.7 million in approved payments. We built the program from scratch. We got it implemented very quickly, but we also made a policy decision at that time to build it as we go. So the first few months were a little bit rocky, but we are now getting a lot of that smoothed out. We're seeing applications that come to us complete processing in less than 30 days. But we are encountering a lot of the restrictions that the federal government has imposed on those getting in our way. So for example, we have to have some indication, verification, for example, if somebody asks for a utility payment. And we can't just accept the arrearages that are on the utility payment. We need to know the service dates involved because it's a 12-month program. So then the client has to go back and get itemized. So there's some things like that that are problematic. But there is legislation that's being proposed at the congressional level to relax a lot of those requirements and make it real similar to the second program. And if those changes in law go through, that's going to be very helpful for us.
Follow up. Go ahead, Representative.
Will they extend the deadline for expenditure of that initial 200 million or the other program? Or is it still a fairly short time period?
The legislation, Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, the first program has been extended until 2022. The second program goes through 2025. So we'll have these monies for quite a while. The initial $200 million was just given to us as a floor. 15 other states received $200 million as well. It wasn't based on anything that we provided to Congress. It wasn't based on need. It wasn't based on number of renter qualified households. So we have received some criticism about not spending the right portion of those dollars that we're not spending quick enough. But when you compare $200 million, for example, that's more than I get in 1 year in my budget. So it's a lot of money, and our need, unfortunately, isn't with renters in terms of there are renters, there are landlords that need those dollars, but not to the $200 million extent. What we really need is going back to the housing conversation. We need to be able to talk about transitional housing for people that don't have leases, that need to get into a lease. We can't spend our money there unless they're eligible. And we also need to have better discussions about how we serve that lower income population and build around the housing capacity. But these dollars are not that discussion.
Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just make a short comment. I think the Director of the Department of Family Services has done everything she can to make that ERAP program work. I think it's just a big program to set up very quickly. Part of what I do is represent landlords and evictions. And I thought once the program was approved that I wouldn't be doing any evictions this year, but it turns out my clients have asked me to file more evictions in 2021 than in 2020. In fact, when I excused myself earlier today, it was to do 2 eviction hearings. And one of the cases where the tenant applied for it, got the money, but because the landlord didn't participate, the department sent the money to the tenant who then didn't give it to the landlord, for example. Or situations where the tenant, not having great communication skills, doesn't fill out the right boxes, or there's a discrepancy in the dispute. So anyway, as an anecdotally, I think every program has its own challenges, but I think the director is doing everything she can to make it work.
Any other questions for Dr. Schmidt?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Senator Kinsky.
So I have not looked on your website to see what your plan is for the child care dollars, but you did answer somebody's concern about those being available for people that want to train, such as a certificate for skill of some kind. And there's been some discussion in Sheridan about setting up child care on the college campus, which would be good not only for the college, but for students that are, drop the child off, go to class, pick the child up. So assuming some portion of that money could be used for parents that want to get a certificate or training, when the money runs out, then what? Because one of the criteria is sustainability. Or are you not concerned about that? You just try and get as many people trained with this money as possible, and then when it runs out, it runs out. Walk me through that a little bit. I like the idea. I just don't know how we carry it past ARPA funding.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinsky, yes, that is an issue. The sustainability is certainly a problem, and looking at one-time grants for that. We haven't dug into the specifics of how we're going to allocate those grants other than to know what the needs are. We are talking with one of our advocate organizations that really has their interest in this area. They have a lot of experience working with the providers to be able to come up with some ways that we could talk about not necessarily sustainability, but retention. One of the issues that providers are seeing are similar to state government, where people are just moving on. The work is hard and they're making decisions to go elsewhere. But if there is some ability to do a one-time retention bonus with some sort of agreement that employees stay for a little bit, then that might be one use of non-sustainable dollars that could be used to create some sustainability. So it is an issue. The $26 million that we have is for grants. We also have additional dollars that we've received that are going to increase provider rates temporarily. One of the things we're looking at with that particular issue is to see if the increase in provider rates helps those providers and if we see more sustainability. And then if we do find some places where those increased rates may be helped, then we'll talk about how we reorganize our block grant to sustain that. So we do get block grant monies from the feds. So this is also going to be a little bit of an exercise in looking at how those dollars are spent, and is there a better way to spend them using these one-time dollars to do some pilots.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director Schmidt? Thank you, Brian. We're back to you. Do you have anything else for us?
Mr. Chairman, that is all I have for you. Ms. Legursky did find stormwater is an eligible use.
Is eligible?
It is, correct.
It is eligible, not ineligible. But
Correct. Is eligible.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, appreciate the opportunity to be here to talk about this, planning with all of you, and thanks for all your work to be involved in it over the last few months.
Appreciate the governor's office, budget staff. You guys have been putting in a lot of hours since the pandemic started. We recognize that, and you guys have performed pretty well under the circumstances, I think. So nothing's perfect. We can always do better. All of it, that applies to all of us, but we recognize, there are limits to all of them. Only 24 hours in a day for all of us. So thank you. So we'll go ahead and move to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Kevin.
I have a brief update on the status of funds for the ARPA on this.
Sure, please, go ahead.
Basically, what I want to talk about quickly is that the RFP for the consultant assistance for reporting is on the street now. We're in the question period. When that's finished, we'll get the responses by October, and we'll have a selection by October 15th. The deputy auditor is E. Troutwine, Erica and myself will be the selection committee for that consultant. One of the most important things I think in that consultant contract and the positive feedback that we received is that we are going to have a consultant assist the local governments. And believe me, they're going to need it, because what we had to do in order to get our information into the U.S. Treasury's platforms was pretty painful. No real response to questions and answers. In fact, I reached out to ETS for their assistance. Basically, we hammered it in. But we did learn, and what we learned was something that we can pass on to the local governments. And the assistance isn't just going to happen, end at the local government's responses that they have to enter into the system. We are also going to have connectivity on the subrecipients. If a local government hands out a subrecipient grant, which is very technical and very dodgy, complicated. So we're going to give assistance on that as well. So we have talked to WAM. I have had a conversation with WAM members once already. We have another one scheduled for the Friday after next, I believe, and we'll continue to do that. But it's an important thing, and we're reaching out to help the local governments with all this reporting that's going on for ARPA. By December, we intend to have the dashboards. What you see now, basically, and I'll talk briefly about, is the bubbles. But we will have interactive dashboards lit up in December, and hopefully that'll be something that the legislature or the Joint Appropriations Committee can leverage during the December conversation. The reports that we required for the state of Wyoming to submit by August 31st have been submitted to the U.S. Treasury. I just want to make sure that you understand that. Copies of those reports can be found at sbd.wyo.gov. That's sbd.wy.gov under the heading Wyoming Recovery Plan. So everybody can go out there. And by the way, you guys did receive a hard copy of that report. I don't have any intention of walking through that, because largely what it is that we advise them that we're in position to start building upon all these needs that are required under the reporting. The status of funds that I just call the little bubbles. I'll just be brief. I don't have to walk you through the actual status of funds. What I will tell you is each Wednesday morning at 9 a.m., an automated report comes out of the WOOL system. That's delivered to LSO, SAO, the governor's office, and the state budget department. And within an hour, we update the status of funds. Because remember, we wanted to make sure that the legislature at a glance had this information. We've also put a cash flow in for investments, and LSO has active access to the status of funds. It's an interactive document, and they have access to that. But really, basically, you got the bubbles. Nothing really changed with the exception of the conversation. You could probably draw a little bubble on here and say $23 million for ARPA is planned for hospitals. But here's how this is working. We've got $7 million that we're going to use in CARES money, which is Senate File 118 applicable, which is good, because we can meet that expectation. That gets spent first by the Department of Health. So we'll stand that up on the legal level in WOOLS, and they can go out and start contracting that. And then we have the $23 million, which will be going through the legislature's 10-day waiting period, because remember, ARPA goes through the 10-day cycle. Once that's done, it'll be available for the 110, but we're not going to launch upon that second $23 million, because maybe we get the FEMA, right? And we can then leverage FEMA better, and then we can not use the ARPA money. We can warehouse that. So basically, with that, what you have is the unallocated portion would be from the 233 million to the 210 if you take off that 23 million. That's really the only changes that we have currently on this bubbles report. Now, things are going to get very interesting. There's going to be lots and lots of moving parts. We heard Director McKay talk today about all the things that we're going to be doing with those. We have a template we've been working with the strike force on, and one of those things on the template would be the category of expenditure that you have to have for the reporting with the U.S. Treasury. All the goals and objectives, and also the cash flow expectations. The U.S. Treasury wants that as well as we do for our investment opportunities. Investment opportunities we just worked out with the state of Wyoming's Treasurer's office, and we will work on that again right after the session. Once the decisions are made on and we have the cash flow, we'll see how we can do better with the investments on the cash flow for ARPA as well. So basically, I'm just going to wrap this up. The intention is to have dashboards for the legislature that are reconciled and understood across all players, SAO, the legislature, LSO, the state budget department, that everybody understands what the stat is and have it updated accurately on each Wednesday, and we all use the same information. And then the dashboards will provide the legislature at a glance what the status is. So at a glance, we got 210 of the first tranche of the 534 that's available for direct distribution. But remember, we're going to be using $300 million out of the first tranche for revenue assistance, which supports the general fund. So there's still the $534 million to play, basically, with the exception of the amount of money that we've already been distributing to the Department of Corrections, because we're using them as an instrument for the revenue assistance. And that's going to be cash flowed out through the extent of this biennium, the next biennium, and then next biennium we'll have wide out on their fees as well, so we can get that revenue assistance money back. So with that, I'll address any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Any questions for Director Hibbert? Thank you, Director. Appreciate your time and your efforts in this regard.
Sure.
Go ahead, Mr.
So
Co-Chair.
you were going to update us on the interest components and the dollars?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I'll share a screen here. So basically what
Oh, it's got to be bigger than that, Kevin.
you want it bigger than that?
Yeah.
So basically what we have is at a glance. I just showed you the at a glance on the tranche one, the $210 million. Boom. This is the dashboard. We know that we have the allocations that we expect to have for the revenue assistance. So then we have the second tranche, which would be $200 million for revenue assistance. And we also have the second tranche, which would be the difference between the 534 or $331 million for direct ARPA. So right now what we have is we have direct ARPA available of $542,441 for the life of ARPA at a glance. So then what we do is we want to go into the cash flow. And I pointed this out specifically, that 500 million, because it's important in this next conversation. So in the cash flow basis, so just think of it this way. The way we positioned ourselves is we know that it's going to take us time to recover the revenue assistance through the Department of Corrections. It's easy. Department of Corrections has no federal matching. Department of Corrections has no statewide cost allocations. It's one of the cleanest ways to do that. So we chose Department of Corrections for that on purpose. So we've already implemented that, and we have had these expenditures from July, August, and anticipated. So you can see this basically just takes the cash balance that we have, 534, and it starts to take that cash balance down. We also have the state budget department. There's a small amount of money out there in the governor's office. So we just do this. And as we progress, we will have cash flow on every single project that the governor authorizes, or the governor or the legislature appropriates. It's going to be very important, so we can keep track of that. So for example, we know now that the 30 million, we just talked about $7 million of CARES spent at first and 23 million of ARPA, but hopefully we can recover that through FEMA. That's cash flowed in here as well. And then after the session, what we're going to be talking about is let's update this, because maybe it's going to be a longer cash flow cycle, and we have longer cycles, we have better returns, higher bases. So with that said, what I want to say is right here in the cash flow that I present here today is $500 million. That means I'm taking it out of play because the legislature is going to work on that $500 million direct. Remember, I just showed it to you. So I'm going to take it out of place so I can make sure that we don't invest money that can't be available for the legislature. But once the legislature acts, then we will update that. And maybe it's 300 that's right away, because you might have a water project that's going to take months to finish, for example. So then what you do is you play this out until June of 2021. And that gets us the investment time frame for 18 months. That gets us a better return on our investment. And it's still above $200 million. So we're with the state treasurer's office and the governor's office, we are going to invest more long-term, $200 million, because we can cash flow it. One of the important things that happens inside of this is when we get the second distribution. So you'll see that the cash balance is going to go up significantly when we get the second distribution of money. But the legislature acts, then we can recalculate this investment for better gains. So just down here, for example, for the 21 months that we just talked about, $200 million estimate at 18 basis points, which we can capture, that is $630,000 additional money that will go into the general fund off the interest of ARPA. But that doesn't exclude the fact that we're going to have money going into the general fund that will be on a normal ladder, and then additional money that goes into the general fund because we're using it as revenue assistance. We're not paying corrections with general funds, we're paying corrections with ARPA dollars. So that's going to create more than $630,000 because we're on top of how we maximize the investments.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions for Director Hibbert? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your efforts. Is there any public comment on this item? Hi, come on up. Just if hey, go ahead. Let's just give you another minute here. Get this distributed. Are you Susan Graham? Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Graham. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Susan Graham. I'm a resident here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. And my comments today are a little bit out of the ballpark from what you were thinking. However, they are associated with the governor's plan to survive, drive, and thrive. Understood it through the lens of being fully informed. That survive, drive, and thrive outline contains what I allege is evidence of fraud that's been perpetrated on the citizens of Wyoming via the federal monies given to us through the CARES and the ARPA Acts, the ARPA. So on pages 2, 3, and 5 of the Wyoming Department of Health's continued COVID-19 response, which is attached to the Survive, Drive, and Thrive plan, you'll see that on page 2, we have the goal number 1, which is to increase COVID-19 vaccine uptake. And then goal number 2 is to maintain diagnostic and surveillance testing capabilities throughout 2021 and into 2022. And I've added the highlighted colors as well as the little question mark and exclamation point, especially when it comes to diagnostic, right? And further in this comment, you'll see my concerns about fraud having to do with diagnostic. Right. And goal number 5, just on the face of it, to increase behavior change messaging to help present the information Wyomingites need to make the choice to be vaccinated. That has all kinds of disturbing psychological, social, emotional connotations, in my opinion. Moving on to the next page. Connected to point 2 below is a mention on page 5 of the Abbott, and this is the Wyoming Department of Health's page 5. The Abbott Laboratories Binax Now Rapid Test. It yields false positives, again, to the diagnostic point. This test, a rapid test being used by employees, I went to the Wyoming Department of Health's page and I can get a free test as a resident of Wyoming. using Vault Health and the test by Nax now. Anyway, the point is that this test, a rapid test, yields false positives. And the article that I cited below indicates that these false positives, along with our PCR tests, do not have the ability to diagnose an infectious, a case of COVID. All right, so moving on. Point number one, where I think I allege that there is fraud. The false claim that a new virus was discovered and isolated. The fact of the matter is, no true isolation has been performed. Rather, the so-called genetic sequencing of the virus was actually a concoction, a cobbling together of pieces of data referencing segments of RNA. And these segments were presumed to be parts of a new virus, but researchers didn't have the actual virus. So their presumptions amount to fraud, I allege. Point number two, the erecting of diagnostic testing, and this is the PCR tests that I understand FEMA is going to be reimbursing us for. These PCR tests for the virus, they didn't have. Obviously, no such test has meaning because it's built on some sorts of absurd assumptions that led to the fictional discovery of the virus. However, strategically speaking, the test has produced millions of positive results, which are taken to mean infected by the virus. And on this foundation of sand, the lockdowns were declared, as well as other policies like masking, contact tracing, quarantining, and inoculation policies. The bullet points, the CDC and the FDA present their own evidence of the previous and continuing fraud that I allege. And that has become Dr. Emmons' description of, quote, all the information that potentially is going to save someone. And that comes from an article from September 7th in the Wyoming Tribune Eagle. The title of that article is Public Health Officials Fight Two Pandemics Amid Coronavirus Misinformation. Who's got the misinformation? I want to know. So it was this same lab alert, changes to CDC, RT-PCR for SARS-CoV-2 testing that I attempted to bring to Laramie County Public's Board of Health's attention at their public health meeting on August 17th. But Dr. Emmons and the board members preemptively and unceremoniously adjourned the meeting before I was allowed to make my public comments regarding this allegation of fraud by the CDC and FDA's own documents. The CDC article began explosively. It says, after December 31st, 2021, the CDC will withdraw the request to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for emergency use authorization of the CDC's 2019 novel coronavirus real-time RT-PCR diagnostic panel. And the reason is, we move to the next page in the yellow. See, many people believe, or above the yellow, many people believe this means that the CDC is giving up on the PCR test as a means of detecting the virus. But that's not what this report says. No, this report says the CDC is saying that the PCR technology will continue to be used, even though we know it's not to be used for diagnosing cases. The PCR technology will continue to be used, but they're replacing what the test is looking for with a better reference sample, a better marker, a better target, a better piece of RNA supposedly derived, again, supposedly derived from an actual human being.
Okay, well, let me stop you just for a second.
Mhm.
Ms. Graham, first of all, this is the Appropriations Committee, and so we were here talking about the use of funds and where we are with the CARES Act and where we're at with ARPA funds and how that's working. We're trying to understand that. Now you're coming in here with lots of scientific, with information that you've garnered from various sources. And this is just way beyond what we're discussing here today. And I don't know that this committee is the right committee that you would want to present this to take action on this.
Well, Senator Perkins, excuse me. So if I jump to the page 10, within all of the scientific evidence that is presented.
Well, I understand that, but today we're talking about in the context of appropriations and state funding. And you're making certain allegations some of which are have criminal connotations, some of which have other issues. And quite frankly, they're a law enforcement issue more than as much or more than there's a legislative issue.
Well, and I would,
And this is the wrong branch of government to present these,
I would,
at least the law the criminal allegation.
and I respectively disagree. If I could move to the
Well,
end.
no, we're not gonna, no, right now, we're tying this back to the appropriations.
Correct.
And we can certainly read what you've provided to us. here.
Well, in part,
So.
my
you've
final
got- I'm gonna
comment
give
has to
you-
do with,
Excuse me, you're interrupting me. I'm going to give you about a minute here
Okay.
to tie this back into what we're doing and wrap this up.
very
because
good.
We are not, we just don't have the time to listen to you go through this 15 pages or more of material.
Very good.
Okay, so
Yes.
I'll give you about a minute here to wind this up.
I might need to.
No, we're going to give you about a minute.
Well, so in regards to the appropriations piece of this, Mr. Hibbert talking about warehousing truncheons, it would be advisable that there would be a truncheon warehouse for people who in Wyoming will suffer from vaccine adverse effects.
The tranche that he's referring to is different ways of money as it comes into the state. He's not
Correct.
talking about a physical.
He did say that he could warehouse some of it. So I would
Well, that
just
means
suggest,
that you're going to put it. to
put
a
it
certain-
aside for another, not a rainy day fund, but for some future.
Until the legislature says what to do with. it.
Right, and so you're the legislature, and I'm suggesting two things. If we go to page 10, because there's a misuse of language. And when you read through my public statement, the misuse of language comes from what unvaccinated means, and that is described in the attachment on page 2 and 3. That an unvaccinated person is someone who's not fully vaccinated. Please let that sink in. An unvaccinated person is someone who's not fully vaccinated. So that when we have statistics being reported that there are 96% of unvaccinated people, that would be a person who, according to this Center for Medical Services, unvaccinated refers to a person who does not fit the definition of fully vaccinated. And what is fully vaccinated? Fully vaccinated refers to a person who is equal to or greater than 2 weeks following receipt of the second dose in a 2-dose series, or 2 weeks are equal to following receipt of 1 dose in a single dose vaccine. The point being, when I ask Joe Blow on the street, what does unvaccinated mean? It's not the same as not fully vaccinated in their minds. And yet that's the terminology that's being used to run statistics along with faulty, unreliable PCR tests that are being called on to create metrics that create policies. So in conclusion, I present to you a plan of action specific to the legislature, along with perhaps warehousing some funds. You all know better than I how the process of government works. For this reason, I demand that you alert the Attorney General or the appropriate law enforcement person in the state of Wyoming to begin an immediate investigation of the allegations of fraud that I presented to you today. Moreover, I'm telling you legislators to call for a special session wherein you make changes to Wyoming statute 35-4115, wherein this public health emergency was declared and has yet to be exited from. That statute empowered Governor Gordon to unleash the unintended consequences of committing fraud on the citizens of Wyoming through the use of the abuse of language. Because if we don't say what we mean, we cause fraud. So in this special session, I'm telling you to create new laws that stop the present fraud and craft them so this fraud never happens again, the citizens of Wyoming. If you have any questions regarding any of the information that I have in this comment, my phone number, I would love to be able to fill people in. I have not been able to work through the lower branches, the school board of Laramie County Trust, they won't listen. The public board of health, Laramie County, will not listen. They closed me down.
And
So-
we've given you more than a minute. And if
And I
you
thank
do
you.
want to talk to Attorney General, she's right downstairs.
I'm sorry, who?
The Attorney General's right downstairs. Her
Attorney Gen-
office is right downstairs.
But, and so you're telling me, if I'm understanding correctly, she is the person to bring this to the attention of, and I as a citizen can do that?
Yeah, you can walk in there and see if they'll talk to you.
Oh, well, thank you.
No,
That's
we
like,
don't-
frankly,
Okay, we're done. Thank you.
that's like Dr. Emmett.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Is there other public comment on this item? Is there other public comment on this item? There being none, we'll close off public comment. We're now back to the last item of the day, which is is all the work on reforming and new, anything else, Mr. McKay? Okay, so let's go ahead. We're now to the University of Wyoming. And so we appreciate you coming. Is the University of Wyoming right here today? There we are. Okay. And so come on down here and we're interested in what you have to tell us today. Huh? Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead, Ms.
I'm
President.
very-
We're welcome. We're glad to have you today and interested to know how things are happening over our university.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here in person for the first time. So it's great to see all of you. I'd like to just begin by introducing my team, if that's all right. So
You
some
bet.
of you may not yet know our provost and executive vice president, Kevin Carmen, who's here, who will speak to the process around reforming the university.
Can you,
We have
your voice is pretty soft. Can you pull that mic just a hair closer?
Sure.
please?
Right.
Thank you.
How's that? And we also have the chair of our board, Jeff Marsh, who's right behind me, as well as senior vice president for finance administration, Neil Theobald, who's back here. Alex Keene, who's associate vice president for budget and planning. Alex is right behind me. Clint Alexander, who is the dean of our law school, is here with us. Tara Evans, our general counsel, also behind me. Gabrielle Allen, as a professor and special assistant for strategic initiatives, is also here. And on Zoom, we have some experts who may or may not need to support any of the questions. Rob Godby, who's the interim dean of the College of Business. Barbara Rasco, the dean of the College of Agriculture. John Kaprowski, the dean of Help School of Environmental and Natural Sciences. David Jones, dean of Health Sciences, and Mark Leifert, who's a senior academic professional and director of Science Initiative program. So that's
You have a good
our
team.
cover.
You know, John McKinney looks like he's at deer camp. And there used to be an Alex King that we knew when he worked at LSO. I'm not sure if it's the same one or not though, but anyway.
Sorry, and I've missed one known to all of you, but I have not seen him. Kermit Brown. There's Kermit. Kermit Brown, one of our trustees as
Who?
well. I think you know Kermit. Well, all right. I have a very brief kind of opening, and then I'd like to really just turn it back to you all for questions and comments and so on. But I guess I wanted to start off by saying I was asked to prepare for two topics. One is about the ARP funds that we've requested, both from the University of Wyoming and also in collaboration with the community colleges in the so-called WIP initiative. So I'm prepared to talk about that and also about the proposed organizational changes to the university as a result, I would say, not only of budget cuts, but quite honestly, things that we think the university needs in order to move forward in the 21st century. So just to preview this, I would say, upon my entry here, and I'm honored to be in this role as the president of the university, I've had many conversations with a number of you, certainly with Governor Gordon, who specifically has asked, how can the university specifically act as an agent for growing the economy of the state of Wyoming? And I would say virtually everything we're talking about today and what we're talking about every day at the university goes to exactly that. What can we do to help not only grow the workforce, but to go beyond that and think about developing programs and support structures that help grow the economy. And this is my wheelhouse, is what I've spent a lot of my career actually focusing on. So among them, the first thing I would say is around the ARP proposal. This comes in two pieces. One is what the University of Wyoming itself would request, and we have a request which we're happy to talk about today. Also, we have a board-approved list of projects that would use ARP funding for activities that we think would help strengthen the university and also address some issues around economic development. And then secondly, around the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, which I really am excited about as what I really believe is an historic opportunity for the state to align all of higher education in the state, all 7 community colleges and the University of Wyoming, to work together on not just transfer of credit from community college to university, but programs, specific programs that we can develop that we know will have economic impact. For example, addressing digital literacy of the entire state workforce. For example, working on entrepreneurship and innovation programs that we think will seed new companies and help grow the economy. So we're very happy to talk about that in more depth. Secondly, on the proposed organizational changes of the university. The fundamental question for me, and I spent a lot of my life thinking about this, what are the trends in science and engineering and in universities that help prepare our workforce for the 21st century? And things are changing really rapidly. We all know this. And so what can we do? How can the university reconfigure itself to be competitive with our peers, our peer institutions? We have to make sure we really are providing the best education for 21st century needs, whether it's in agriculture or in information technology or in entrepreneurship. We are organizing ourselves for success for the future, also to attract students and then make sure that they are the best they can be when they graduate and are prepared, as well as attracting top-level faculty. And that's a really important aspect of this because, as you know, our university has been generously supported by the state for years. And we need to nonetheless broaden our revenue streams, for example, from sources from the National Science Foundation, from the Department of Energy, to make sure our university is more competitive for federal funds that support our research programs, educate our students, and lay the foundations for economic development going forward. So these are the fundamental principles that we have in everything we're doing. And I'd love to get into more detail about any of these topics, and happy to turn it back to you right now, just after some opening remarks. Happy to talk about anything you'd like in any of the above.
Okay, thank you. Questions for? Go ahead.
Couple questions.
Mr. Vice
Thanks,
President.
Ed. How do you like the hot seat? You might not. But anyway, appreciate you being here today. But a couple quick questions, Ed, based on some of your opening remarks. You talked about growing the economy. Is there any specific sectors that you think need or the opportunity? And then, you know, if you can give me some ideas as to what you would consider what were peer institutions or comparable institutions that we may want to evaluate, you know, where we want to take the university.
Sure. So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, thanks for the question. Yes, we have identified specific market sectors that are important to the future of the state. And so they're the ones that you all know well, agriculture, and thinking about not only strengthening ultimately programs in agriculture as we know them, but also thinking about the modernization around every aspect of it. For example, the digital ranch of the future. How would we best use technology in order to advance the economy around agriculture, or on the finance side, blockchain, smart contracts, and all of those kind of things. So those are some examples. Another one, of course, is in the IT area, where we're looking in partnership with the community colleges to really strengthen our approaches around computational science, data science, artificial intelligence, computing very generally. And we proposed a school of computing across the entire university, also linked to helping support not only our programs in agriculture or energy or elsewhere in the university engineering, but also with the community colleges. And so starting, for example, a statewide software engineering program that would help provide digital skills that we need. Other areas, of course, around energy and thinking about everything from nuclear energy. Some of you know, I've been on the board of Argonne National Laboratory, very experienced in those areas, and the Department of Energy's nuclear program, demonstrator program, is something that we're also preparing for very much. So I mean, I could go on, but these are just some examples of some of the programs that would be important for us.
Peer institutions.
Peer institutions. Well, I think a good one for us to really look at is the development of Colorado State over many years. A decade or two ago was very much more of a minor player in the state and nationally, regionally. It has grown its research programs tremendously. So it has many additional revenue streams beyond the state of Colorado funding. Just as one example, Montana State is another one. We're actually visiting Montana State. We're looking to build a consortium of universities from Wyoming north from the Dakotas over to Idaho and through Montana around entrepreneurship, innovation, digital technologies, in order to make sure we are prepared for what I expect will be large federal funding streams from the America Front, the Endless Frontier Act, part of the so-called U.S. Innovates and Competes Act that's been passed by the Senate and the House separately, hasn't yet been made into law. But there will be significant funds there to create technology-based innovation hubs to grow the economy. And so we are focused on organizing ourselves, not just within the state, but also regionally to help grow.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Other question? Go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, President Seidel, thank you so much for being here. On the spreadsheet where there are specific requests for specific items, my question is, in the event that the legislature, for whatever reason, did not approve $243 million for the university out of ARPA, which one of these items are the highest priority for you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Stith. So we have actually discussed this at great length. And so we have in this, I think this is the spreadsheet you're talking about. It has a priority list associated with it. It's ranked both in overall priority and then within themes. And back to Senator Hicks' question, that there are themes that we have around, for example, economic development and technology, student and teacher success, agriculture and environment, and so on. So we have them already prioritized here, and this has been discussed and approved by the Board of Trustees. So the top one among them is investing in tier one engineering and computation and data science. And so we have a very, very specific proposal there. A second priority is around what's called here developing a concentration of world-class talent. That is aimed at providing particularly startup funds as we recruit new faculty in the next few years to really attract them so that they will then also be competitive for federal funding and so on. So, I mean, I could go through the list. Just the next one is about, in effect, building out the science initiative that we know will be very important for supporting a lot of the innovation work. And then the fourth one, I won't list all of them, but the fourth one is very important. The Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, which is aimed at several programs. One is specifically growing entrepreneurship training, not only training of students, providing a minor for any student, if they're an English major or an ag major, to be able to have the skills to start up a new business, to also have incubators to support the development of their new businesses, also to then make sure that we provide through collaborations with venture capital firms, and we're exploring developing our own venture capital firm that would be run by the university. Fairly common these days to do this, to grow the new businesses. Another one is corporate partnerships, to create the support structure so we can greatly increase our corporate partnerships. These also bring in revenue streams directly. I used to run a corporate partnership program that just one center had a $15 million a year corporate partnership intake in terms of partners working with us, supporting students, faculty, research programs, economic development, and so on. So these are the kinds of things that are in here, but they are ranked in priority. I just make one more comment. They're each aimed at not creating ongoing encumbrances, but startup funds in effect that will allow us to achieve additional revenues to go forward. So they're largely self-sustaining.
Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
President Sedell, and I apologize. If I could read, I would have seen your priority list there in the first column. So I'd pay
You
attention.
graduated from the University of Wyoming, though.
One of
Working on
my-
literacy, but yeah.
My constituents in the Trona industry, I think, want to ask me the question about what are your plans for the chemical engineering program? Or do you have specific plans for that program?
We do. So maybe I'll let the provost weigh in on this, but I'll make just a couple of comments about it first. So we have proposed some, as a result of budget reductions, some elimination of some programs, a number of degrees, and in this case, the chemical engineering department. However, I would use a metaphor. It's if you want to really have a rose bush bloom, sometimes you work to trim it back and then it grows. And we want these programs to be stronger than ever when we are finished with this. So there are not only plans in place that have been proposed to the board, but there are responses from departments on how they might provide other alternatives to those. But the ultimate goal is making these programs stronger than ever. And my provost may want to add something to that.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So as you had that discussion, I'm sure that you reached out and visited with the Trona industry who helped develop this model on chemical engineering because it provides a great deal of resource to them from the university. I'm just interested in those conversations you had with them directly.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson. So indeed, we've had conversations. We've also visited with some companies. Jenner is one, for example. In fact, we're going down into the mines. I think it's next week in a discussion. We've had a lot of input from them, both informally and formally through proposals to us that are being considered as we think about the final proposal that we'll bring to the board in a few weeks or a couple of weeks, a couple months.
So Director Seidel, I'm a little surprised because I'm hearing some concern from them on the elimination of that, but you're telling me that they're okay with it. And I'm just trying to understand.
No, I think anytime something is proposed to be changed, people get concerned. And so they've made their concerns known to us. We're listening. And we are looking at revising proposals that we have made to the board based on a lot of input that we're getting from our faculty, from stakeholders across the state, and not only in the Trona industry, in agriculture. The provost and I and others spent a whole day up in, where were we? The Padlock Ranch, listened to a lot of leaders near Sheridan, right? I've spent a whole day taking input. So the final proposal to the board in a month or two will look somewhat different from what we have in place right now.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So President Saito, my understanding was that you're not eliminating the chemical engineering program. You're moving it into a new location, but you will retain the professors and retain at least components of what that college currently does. Is that a fair statement, or is it?
It's close to what we proposed. So we proposed, there were 3 programs that were proposed to be continued, but the departments to be eliminated, but then rebuilt. And so in all cases, the programs were electrical and computer engineering, computer science, and chemical engineering. And but the plan is, as proposed to the board in July, that all those programs, in terms of the degree programs, would be continued. And so that means that we will build stronger departments in the longer term. And so maybe what you're referring to is the Department of Chemistry was proposed to be moved into the department, into the School of Engineering, and several, I should probably let the provost answer this question, but we propose to move, for example, physical science departments, physics, mathematics, chemistry, and geosciences into the College of Engineering and create a new College of Engineering and Physical Sciences. And this is a common trend. This should in effect be seen as an investment in engineering because there are synergies, scientific synergies that come together here. And then to create a synergy between chemistry and chemical engineering. And so there are different ways this could be accomplished. We could eliminate one department, but then create a new department that's a combination of those of those activities. But perhaps I'll pass it off to the provost who's closer to this.
Well, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but it's hard to track those changes and how they work. And when I try to get in the website, I don't see a simple explanation of it or a diagram of how it's going to work and where the money saving is going to come from. But I do see that overall, the College of Engineering and Physical Sciences is actually going to have an increased budget.
Correct.
Over what it currently has. And so there's the concept is that you're actually going to improve the college and make it a better, stronger, but more dexterous college.
Correct.
But what I really like is at some point, and because we won't have time to go through it in detail today, is a more detailed explanation of particularly the engineering colleges. Because those are the ones that affect us the most. And I think that you would find are most important to the folks in here and the legislative process. And it just so happens that we control half of your budget. And so we want to be informed of what we're paying you for. And frankly, if we don't like it, we'll let you know and we'll demonstrate it by not paying for something. I mean, that's the weapon that we have. And so you have to educate us as best as you can so that we can make educated and smart decisions and work with you to turn this college into something new, and which we all want to do and better. So.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. All points you've just made very much. I just want to say, so there's no doubt of any kind here, I am absolutely committed to building the strongest engineering program that's possible. And I've just come from one of the best in the world. So I know excellence and I really want to build it. And our provost and many others are in the same boat with us.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's nice to have you here. Reading this document, to me, it appeared to be very aspirational. And so I'll look like priority number 2 is develop a concentration of world-class talent. And other than appropriating $20 million to that, I don't see the mechanism that goes from just throwing money at it to actually achieving the result and what the issues will be in actually achieving that result. And I think that's generally true of all of them. I was just wondering if at some point we're going to get more information that enables us to have a better sense of what we're appropriating money for.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, absolutely. Every line here has documents backing how we would develop out such a program. So for example, with this one, the idea is that there would be specific funding available, for example, for instrumentation that a new faculty member might need that we're recruiting, plus startup funds, which includes, for example, postdocs or research scientists or graduate students. That would allow us to recruit a star from another university and then put them in a place where they can really succeed so that they are then self-sustaining with additional grants from NSF, DOE, or NIH or other agencies. So that's just an example. In every case here, we have much longer documents we're happy to provide to you that explain how we would do these things.
I think you should give him the whole
thing. Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, actually, to follow up on that, we would like to, you could put it on a disc and ship it over, and then we can circulate the discs, because some of us would like to see it.
Sure, we can do that.
There's parts all of us would be interested in.
Absolutely.
May I follow up in all seriousness? I understand that, but I'm assuming that, I'm going to stick to this one of pursuing the world-class talent. We're not going to be the only university in the United States or globally that are thinking along these lines. So I have to understand what's going to give us a competitive advantage to achieve these goals.
I'm happy to start an answer on that one. So one is we have unique opportunities here in the state of Wyoming around, for example, environmental science or agriculture, or also the fact that we are reorganizing our university in a very 21st century way. I think will help. The School of Computing will be a major attractor for new faculty who won't have them. There are a number of them around the country, but not as many as there will be more coming. So we want to get ahead of that curve. And plus we have networks where we have good leadership, honestly, with our new provost. And and others we're bringing here. We're building our team, and we can really beat the bushes for great faculty.
I appreciate your optimism.
Thank you, Representative Schwartz. Let's go here to Senator Kinsky.
President. And thank you for being here, and thanks for the time last week on the telephone call. I appreciated it. It helped a great deal. One follow-up to that, I had some indication coming away from that this proposal, which is dated 5/11/2021, which we all have here, might be out of date. Is there a more recent iteration of this proposal?
We have, yes, that is the one is that for the WIP initiative?
Proposals for the Futures Wyoming's response to the American Rescue Plan.
Right. That is I believe the University of Wyoming's, so there were two proposals that we sent in at the request of the governor. One is for the University of Wyoming and the other is for the WIP initiative with the community colleges as well. So that's the University of Wyoming. So yes, that was asked for on short notice because it was around the end of April when this all came to be. And we have provided that information at that time in the format requested. We have much more detailed documents for every initiative that, in fact, I have some of them here that would be happy. That has a year-by-year breakout of how the money would be spent and what we would do with it.
Thank you. Follow on.
Yes, go ahead.
So this, there's some overlap between this ARP proposal and the WIP proposal, but WIP stands alone. How much more money is involved in WIP on top of the $250 million that's listed here?
The WIP proposal, the initial proposal we put together, again, on the same time frame, was a total of $126 million. That included support of all 7 community colleges and the University of Wyoming. And there is some overlap. So for example, the School of Computing and investments in information technology that we are proposing at the University of Wyoming is also built as a structure to support digital literacy across the whole state with the community colleges. So there's some overlap there. Another area where there's overlap is in the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. Again, where the university takes a serious role, not just in Laramie and with the university, but with the community colleges to grow entrepreneurship and support creation of new companies. Another initiative is the so-called Worth Initiative around hospitality, tourism, and innovation, hospitality, tourism, and outdoor recreation, where we would collectively develop programs to help grow Culinary Institute, for example, in collaboration with Central Wyoming College, and things we would do with our College of Business, Agriculture, and the Help School at the University of Wyoming. So those are areas where there's specific overlap between the two proposals.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow on. So the portion with the CCs is in the WIP, and you may have sent the WIP out. I don't have it here. Would you mind just having somebody in your staff send out the WIP proposal to me?
Sure. So again, there was an initial WIP proposal. I'm happy to send that to you. That was back in May. As Rennie pointed out earlier, we've worked really hard with the community colleges in the last few months to refine that significantly. A new first year alone proposal just for the WIP initiative, which is, I believe, around $26 million for year one, with specific deliverables of what would be accomplished, say, by January, if money could be made available earlier, is laid out in that document. It's about an 8-page document. It was just from last week. Happy to provide that to you.
Okay, thank you. And then one more follow on, Mr. Chairman. So if we could touch upon, I just wanted to find out where you are in terms of some initiatives that really wouldn't have any cost other than substantial investment of staff time. And that's the change in your intellectual property policies and sabbatical policies. I think we talked about that a little bit. They call it talent recycling, since you talk about what other world-class institutions are doing. And then streamlining your research, how you put together joint research projects with private firms. And I think I shared with you an anecdote from a firm in our area that contrasted how difficult it was to get a research project put together with the university versus another university I won't name. So reform in those 3 areas is critical to developing a research-oriented faculty that wants to see this IP translated into jobs for the state. Where are you on those 3 initiatives?
So first of all, Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinsky, I totally agree with you. Those are essential, and both there are many aspects to it. What is the intellectual property regulation of the university. How are companies to be, for example, shared in terms of ownership of a company. And so this is something that's relatively new in academia to actually share ownership of companies going forward. We're very open to this. We're having conversations, in fact, literally today, quite often on such topics. Also, what we do in order to grow not just the research portfolio of the university, but then the tech transfer office itself. So again, we're having many discussions about how we grow that. This is centrally a part of what the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation will help support at the university. So I think we're making great progress on all of these right now. And some of you might know the Cowboys are going to NIU tomorrow to play football, and that's near Chicago. I'm stopping to see some old colleagues of mine who run technology transfer and venture capital firms at the University of Illinois, just to get some additional advice from them on best practices here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ed, if I want to back up a little bit, this would harken to the discussion that we had with my concerns with my constituents in Natrona, but also within the agriculture community, specific to the Ag Econ program being moved over into business college. But I appreciated your comment about looking at your peer institutions. So I had an opportunity to look at that relative to ag economics. And when I went back, I found out that 84% of the land grant universities house their have departments of economics in the College of Agriculture, and our closest peers, Montana State, is embedded in the College of Agriculture, Washington State, the College of Agriculture, South Dakota, the College of Agriculture and Food and Environment, Nebraska. It has a dual degree, one in the College of Business and one on the College of Agriculture. And a lot of people that are very concerned about this may erode the emphasis of agriculture by moving it in. And given the direction that, again, most of our peers, neighboring states and the 79 land institutions have maintained and are building this, how is this going to further the land grant university mission, particularly the agricultural sector, by moving ag econ out of the Department of Agriculture? It appears to be just the opposite trend of what we see with our peer universities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks. And I will actually ask our provost to say a few words about this, but this has generated a lot of discussion. And so we really have been discussing with ag leaders across the state, the Stock Growers Association and so on, and a lot of input on this. Our main goal is to make sure that we create the strongest unit we can while not losing the culture of ag economics as differentiated from economics. Now, there are counterexamples to what you have given. There are a number of universities that have either single units or have merged them as well. So, I mean, there are different approaches to this, and we're looking at this very hard. And I mean, if I may ask the provost to comment.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, thank you for the question. As President Seidel indicated, this particular part of the proposal has generated a great deal of discussion. It's certainly been an educational process for me. It was a very active topic of discussion when we were up at Padlock. Had a good discussion with constituents there. I think that there is some confusion about, as we've heard about with other aspects of our proposal, understandable confusion about what is actually being proposed. The intent here is not to weaken or diminish in any way the Ag Econ Ag Business program, but rather to strengthen it. The reality is that if you look at the undergraduate curriculum, that 30 of the 42 required classes in economics are taught in the Department of Economics, and then there are specialized ag classes that are taught in Ag Econ. There's already a great deal of overlap and coordination between the departments. Really, the sense was, in the spirit of the broader organizational proposals, is to take smaller programs, bring them together that have synergisms and create greater strength, not weaken them. But we've also had some good feedback on the importance of the agriculture identity. The land grant university, which President Seidel and I both, I've spent my entire career at land grant universities. I that's the type of institution that I want to be at, and I embrace that mission of the land-grant university and understand that agriculture is core to that. There is no reason why you cannot have this consolidated department and still have the ag degree programs reside in the College of Agriculture. Those students can be advised by College of Agriculture advisors. They can graduate with the College of Agriculture. They would be ag students. It's just that the department, which is already essentially cooperating in the delivery of all of our economics and ag business programs, would just be more formally consolidated. So, but I completely understand and have heard repeatedly from constituents throughout the state the importance of this, and I just want you to know that I take it very seriously.
So, Mr. Chairman, follow up. I'm assuming then that the faculty would be in the College of Business. Currently in the Ag Econ department, some of those have extension appointments that have different responsibilities. How do you see that working out if you move the faculty into the business college and yet you remove that extension responsibility? And there's some federal funds that come associated, I believe it's hatched explicitly for that extension. Would those follow over then to faculty into the College of Business, or do they stay within the College?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, it's an excellent question, and again, one that has been raised. By all means, those hatch funds can and will stay with the faculty, and their appointments would look different than a typical and other the economics business. There are many examples of this sort of arrangement throughout the university, throughout the nation. If you look at Oregon State, for example, their extension faculty all have academic appointments in academic departments that best align with their scholarly interests. I know at my previous institution at the University of Nevada, Reno, the president, former president that I came to, that was there, Mark Johnson, who's an ag economist, and during the recession, they actually eliminated the ag econ, his own department was eliminated, but several faculty members were retained, and many of them were in economics and some were in political science, but they maintained their hatch funding and their unique appointments. So it may sound a little odd, but it's eminently doable, and we would certainly make sure that we preserve again, the land-grant mission and appropriate use of those hatch funds.
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up. Based on that last response, I would assume that what I heard, maybe not what you said, but what I heard is the decision's already been made.
No, this is very much an active, but I'm telling you, there are examples of where this can be done.
Okay.
So it isn't because somebody has if they were to have an appointment in the Department of Economics, it in no way precludes their ability to continue to be supported by hatch funds and continue the ag extension mission.
And then, Mr. Chairman, just one quick follow-up.
One more quick follow-up. Yeah.
One follow-up.
One more.
One of the concerns that's been expressed to me is, number one, the format for public input on their reorganization. It's a series of questions. And then just the time frame that it seems to be that this is moving forward, particularly where I've heard the industry sector, particularly minerals. And so just want to make sure that we're doing all of our, everything we can do to reach out to these industries that feel that they have a vested interest in the university, and these programs are going to directly affect.
Now, is this when you say one more? Is this when you say one more question, one more follow-up? Oh, okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout this discussion, it appears that this is quite a revisioning for the University of Wyoming as opposed to more of a budgeting exercise based on the budget conditions we've experienced here in Wyoming over the last few years. And so with that revisioning, I guess I would like to get a little more information on your plans to complete some of the legislatively initiated programs and projects that we've started over the last few years. The Tier 1 Science Initiative or Engineering Initiative, we started that probably 10 years ago, legislatively driven. I'd say it's 95% of the way to home plate. How do you intend to get that to home plate before we take off on these ambitious new ideas? The STEM or Science Initiative, the building is under construction as we speak, still needs to be staffed, students filling it, all of those good things. How do you plan to get that over the finish line before you take off on these new ambitious new ideas. And so completing some of what's going on before we leave those to the wayside to take off on your vision, I guess is the overall question I'd like to get a little more information on. And then I'd have a follow-up to that, Mr. Chairman.
One more, huh? Okay. Thank
Okay,
you. Go ahead, President.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Walters, thanks for the question. Well, first of all, I am a scientist and an engineer, and so I'm very proud of what the universities that I've been at with the kind of science programs they have and the engineering programs. And so we are going to be absolutely continuing what's been planned and built to a large degree at the University of Wyoming, and then taking it beyond that. So for example, the Tier 1 engineering program, as you heard, in effect, what we're doing is investing additional resources by moving departments that can well help strengthen the College of Engineering. Another aspect is if you look at the plans for Tier 1 engineering as they were laid out, a very important component of that was computational science, data science, and those kinds of areas. And so the idea of the School of Computing that we proposed is not to create a separate unit, but to create an investment in the entire university. So all of the appointments in the School of Computing would be done jointly with other departments. Many of them would be coming out of the College of Engineering. So we're talking about continuing that program and strengthening engineering. Likewise, the Science Initiative. The Science Initiative building is almost open. People are extremely excited by it. You may notice one of the proposals here for the ARP funding does include a relatively small investment to help strengthen that science initiative. And we're thinking about ways that we can even grow the science programs beyond that, I mean, within the science initiative. So for example, we've talked about having a scientific director that we might recruit to help bring in someone to really help provide new energy in the science direction of that. So the point is, we're not sort of saying, oh, that was the last regime, we're doing new things now. We're trying to make sure we continue on the same path and grow it.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you. Moving on to some capital construction topics that have been a priority of mine and many on this committee. I'm curious where you would stand on in prioritizing the capital construction in comparison to other university growth, with the pool and the West Stand, the need for improvement of both or replacement of both. What's your position, and where would you like to see that happen?
Those are our top capital construction priorities. They remain so. The board is firmly behind them. So am I as the president, so is the provost. In fact, and they're on our list here. If funds were available from the ARP funding for such capital projects, we actually have them on our list here. And so it wasn't clear to us if ARP funding could be used for those, but in other words, they're there. We're talking regularly with the athletic director about also, and the foundation about the kinds of private contributions that would be needed in order to meet the needs, given that the state's unlikely to provide the entire appropriation for that. So anyway, we're on it and still top priorities.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm going to ask that a different way.
Oh, you have one more follow-up. Okay.
Yes. 1 through 10 on your overall priority, and then you get to 1 and 2 for your capital construction.
Right.
If you were to rank those all collectively versus separating programmatic ideas and capital construction, where do those fit into that overall list? And this is your ARP funding wish list, but I really am curious, just overall university funding priority. Where do these kind of capital construction projects fall versus programmatic?
Well, the complicated answer, I guess, those are clearly priorities for the university, for the state. Those two capital constructions, the pool and well, there are three in effect: the pool in the stadium, and then the law school expansion. Both of them there. So among capital construction projects, those are the top ones, and funding tends to come in different buckets. And so it's not either or. Because, for example, there will be donors that are very supportive of growing, strengthening the athletics programs, as am I. On the other hand, it is really important that we make investments beyond capital infrastructure and grow their programmatic side, because that's, for example, how we differentiate us from other universities. We grow science programs, engineering programs, agriculture programs. They are then more competitive for federal funding from whatever authorities, National Science Foundation and so on. They educate our students better, and then they help us provide additional revenue streams for the university. So we have a balance, but they're both priorities for us.
One more? Okay, go ahead, Representative Lars.
Thank you, President Seidel. If you'll just a second, this conversation reminds me of the time 3 of my children trimmed my wife's favorite cat's fur to where it looked like a lion, and my wife was absolutely furious that the cat strutted around like it was king of the world afterwards. Well, you're my 3 kids that just trim the hair, and we're the wife, and we don't like what you've done, but we might, so I get this, that you're really doing some things that maybe we're a little uncomfortable with, and we may not like it, but I know that your intention is to make the University of Wyoming the best land-grant university there is, and I appreciate that, and I recognize that. When I read through this, the ARP prospectus, which is kind of what we're getting onto, the one concern that I did have, I think that there were some in there that I thought were really good, where you point out that then the ongoing part of this would have to be through other, through generating their own revenue. But then there's a number of them that just says, we're going to have to figure this out. How do we sustain that? And there's not really a plan B. And those cause me concern as we try to, because we see figuring it out, meaning that you're going to want us to fund it. And if that's not the case, if you could tell us that, it would help, but it really makes me, and so am I reading that wrong? That that there's not a plan B in.
Yeah, sure. So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, those, for the most part, the ARP requests are things that we think will be self-sustaining or sort of startup funds, for example, bringing in new faculty that then become able to generate their own funding from external sources. In corporate partnerships as part of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, as we begin to staff this up, if we develop appropriate corporate partnerships, it will fund it largely on its own. Entrepreneurship, as we grow that, again, there will be lots of opportunities for additional funding. So we've tried to take advantage of our ability to use funds that would come from ARP that would then also be self-sustaining. And so for the most part, there are some things that if we come back and we say, this is so successful, there is no other program to support the continuation of this, we may come back to you on that. But it's not looking at like, oh, if we request $100 million in ARP funding, we're going to be back in 3 years and say, now we need that, every 3 years. It's largely aimed at self-sustaining programs.
Okay, thank you.
One more? No? Mr. Wright, Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you. So, Mr. President, my understanding is that on your Board of Trustees capital construction investments, the #1 priority is the law school. The #2 priority is War Memorial Stadium and Corbett Natorum. So it's reversed as compared to what's on the spreadsheet that we saw. And that's basically my discussion with the trustees. And obviously you may know part of the history that this body has already funded the law school, but we did it with CARES Act dollars instead of ARPA dollars. And so we're going to have to revisit that. And there are mechanisms by which we think we can get that accomplished. And one of the things nice about the War Memorial Stadium is the concept is that for $25 or $30 million, we're going to get $75 million worth of buy-in from the sports side, which is going to facilitate basically paying for Corbett all by itself. Which is a wonderful opportunity if we can take advantage of it. But is there anything that I said is inconsistent with your understanding?
I don't think so. Okay.
That was a definite maybe, but thank you.
Well, I don't have any questions, but I sure appreciate all of you being here, and it's getting to be 5:30 and we've got one more person to go. So,
all right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. Thanks.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed the circuit towers.
Yeah.
Fabulous. I grew a beard hiking there. There were no mosquitoes, but there was ice. We woke up to frozen tents, I would say.
That's why there's no mosquitoes.
Yeah, that's right. All right.
So we've got the dean of law school.
Okay.
Dean Alexander.
I think we've got Dean Alexander are you gonna come talk to us?
He is.
Dean Alexander?
Sure.
Kermit, did you want to come up too? Okay, all right.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, we've asked the dean to show up. As you know, I'd like to get a quick refresher on the status of the expansion of the law school, its purpose, and what it'll do to our clinics and other components of the law school. And then I'd like you to specifically address a letter that came from Travis and from Mr. Overmuller, and walk through that in your written response.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to.
Is your mic
Nice.
on?
It is. I can speak up.
Just bring it closer.
Pull it towards you just a little bit.
Pull it toward me. All right. It's good to see everybody again. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be before you once again. The College of Law, the last time we visited together was 2 years ago in regard to the building expansion project. And we were 3 years away from accreditation at that point in time. And now we're 1 year away from accreditation heading into the 2022-2023 year. We are hopeful that we can expand our facility to accommodate our legal clinics and centers, which we have been working on now for the last 3 or 4 years, raising money towards that goal. The pandemic has interceded, so things have slowed down a bit on the project front, but the project is shovel ready from an internal perspective at the university. The exterior design of the facility has been approved, but we still have the need. We have the need to consolidate our clinics before our site ABA site accreditation visit next year. We've had some changes in our clinical program over the last year or two due to the pandemic in part, but also due to some changes in faculty and available supervision for our energy, environment, and natural resources clinic in particular. So we've been struggling to find temporary solutions in this climate to hire folks to take over our practicum, our experiential learning in the area of energy, environment, and natural resources. And we are deployed across the state right now. Defender Aid up in Gillette and in Casper, civil legal services in 23 counties right now across the state, representing Wyoming citizens in all sorts of legal matters, many of whom are tied to the energy, environment, and natural resources area. But our specific experiential program in that regard is on a temporary sort of short leash right now until we find new space for that program, a new full-time faculty member, long-term, and also until we can find a better solution that would allow us more flexibility under ABA rules to represent more of Wyoming industry, ranchers, and agriculture through our legal clinic program. And that's something we're exploring right now as a long-term solution. There's one model out there in Oregon that offers some promise. It allows a law school to partner with a 501c3 that would enable the law school students to work on ranches, work for the natural resource industry, and as well as the oil and gas industry and other small business energy industries to represent them in legal matters through that entity. So we're looking at that model right now. We think it could be, it has some promise for Wyoming long-term. There was a letter that Mr. Chairman, you referred to, we've submitted a response to that letter this week. I forwarded a copy via email to several members of this body, as well as members of the federal delegation from Wyoming as well. It goes through and corrects some of the misunderstanding and factual inaccuracies in the letter, which I think will improve the overall perspective of the course that's being offered at the College of Law this fall, which has been in place now for a month. We have a comprehensive syllabus that we've put online and we've submitted and distributed as well, a detailed syllabus of what's actually going on in the course. And it's a fantastic course. We have governors coming in. We have speakers from all areas of Wyoming industry, natural resources, oil and gas, agriculture, coupled with environmental attorneys' perspectives, meeting at the law school this fall on a weekly basis where these students in this class have access to those perspectives and those talks about various issues impacting Wyoming's economy. And so it's a comprehensive syllabus that has been in place now for several weeks. We wanted to make sure that the folks who are contacting us about the status of that practicum have full information, and we think that that information will be helpful in alleviating a lot of the concerns and misconceptions about the course that's being taught at the law school.
So Dean, I'd like you to go through the specifics about who's teaching it, what the difference between a practicum and so that we can understand the differences. I mean, there was concerns that you would be having students doing research for I forgot the national, basically lobbyist group that's basically anti-coal, anti-oil. So just walk through the kind of the individual point allegations made and respond to those so that we can hear it from the horse's mouth.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 points I'd like to make in that regard. One is that the difference between a practicum and a clinic, and this course is a practicum, it's not a clinic, is that a practicum involves only classroom exercises, simulations, and hypothetical projects for students to work on. We only have 5 students in the class. A clinic actually involves actual legal representation of external entities, whether they be industry groups or nonprofit groups or individuals. This is not a clinic. There is no legal representation occurring in this practicum course, and that's a key distinction that needs to be made. The second factual correction that I'd like to assert is that this course was taught before by an attorney from Occidental Petroleum 18 months ago. And so we are in the process of looking for a long-term solution to hire a full-time faculty member to support this course long-term, but we are in the climate we're in right now, it's very difficult to hire short-term faculty, and we brought in adjunct hires for this short-term course, one-term semester. And Sharon Buccino is the person who's teaching it this fall for us, but 18 months ago it was taught by Rob Mathis at Occidental Petroleum. The course used to be run full-time by Temple Stolinger for 4 years, and we had a partnership with the Attorney General's office that worked very well, providing legal work for our students to work on in this clinic. And so the students did actually do legal representation under Temple Stolinger, but since then we've been operating it as a practicum. And the third and last point I'll say about the course is whether it's Rob Mathis at Occidental Petroleum or Sharon Buccino or myself teaching the course, and I represented oil and gas industries for nearly 2 decades in Kentucky and Tennessee. I've been on both sides of those legal disputes for 2 decades. And I can tell you that I was a better lawyer over time by having training and being on the opposite side sometimes in those disputes. And in law school, it is imperative that you teach the law as it is written and that you prepare students to be prepared as attorneys in life, in their careers, to represent both sides of every issue. They'll be better attorneys if they're prepped on both sides of the coin. And that's what we do at the College of Law. And I talk to Rob and I talk to Sharon and I talk with all of our faculty frequently. Stick to the law, teach the law. We are a law school. We are not a college of policy and as Frank Trelease once said, we're not a college of justice. We're a college of law.
So I'm looking at the letter that you received, and it says College of Law isn't on the same page with Wyoming's oil and gas industries. Rather, you're partnering with environmental activists using Wyoming resources and students to litigate against Wyoming progress. Is that an accurate statement?
We are not, that is not an accurate statement. We are not representing external clients. We are funding this course from internal sources. This is a temporary course that involves simulations and hypotheticals only for students to learn how to practice law in disputes that they will encounter as attorneys long-term.
And so, the claim is that they want you to be more balanced and that no public funding would be used to oppose the state of Wyoming in litigation involving natural resources. Well, you're not doing that. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
So did the writers of this letter contact you and ask you any questions about this, what your program is and what you do?
I have not been contacted by anyone who's commented in writing about this course over the last several months.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
Well, I'm curious. Was it your decision, final decision to offer the adjunct faculty position to do this? And then if you can characterize any of the advice that you have got regarding that decision prior to making it from trustees, previous governors or legislatures, this is the wisdom to go ahead and hire this individual. Please provide me your decision. What advice did you get? And then what was the rationale for moving forward?
Thank you,
And
Senator.
if you can give me a time frame as to when all that happened, it would be helpful to understand your first discussion with any of those entities that I talked about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks. It was my decision to hire Sharon Buccino. I know Sharon Buccino through academic alumni circles. We were graduates of the same university from a few decades back. She taught a course for us before, which was non-controversial and exceedingly popular with the students last year during the pandemic online, a course we needed covered due to the pandemic and the short, what we're a bit short on faculty. So we reached out to her. She is the wife of one of our full-time law faculty members who we hired 18 months ago to teach antitrust law for us and immigration law. She is from she and her husband are from Washington, D.C. They bought a house in March in Laramie, Wyoming, and moved their lives to Laramie, Wyoming. And she is highly qualified, a graduate of Yale University.
Chairman, if I may, I didn't ask for reiteration of the individual's qualifications. The two questions that I specifically asked, was it your decision? And the answer was yes. The second question was, what's the nature of the advice that you got from trustees, from previous governors, and from legislatures associated with this potential hire, and what time frame did that happen? I understand she's highly qualified.
Thank you.
Don't need a resume, you need an answer to those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks. I have a College of Law Advisory Board. Members have advised me on this particular course and have been advising me on this particular course and how to handle it going forward for the past 2 years. I approached them with Sharon Buccino and asked them for their opinion as to how this course ought to be taught And the advice I received from members of my board of advisors was, and this was back in March through May, was to not offer it in a way that would involve actual legal representation of clients if possible. If we could offer it as an experiential course with simulations and classroom projects only, that would be more acceptable from a external viewpoint. That was the advice I received.
Mr. Chairman, I still haven't heard the answer to the question. I understand you have an advisory. And ask you advice from the advisory. Specifically asked, did you get any advice associated with the potential hires of individual trustees? You don't need to name them by name. Any previous governors and any legislators. Not necessarily your advisory. Understand I'm asking two different questions. You understand what I'm asking?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do understand. Ask what you.
Can you please answer?
I have discussed that subject with others beyond the advisory board, including members of the Board of Trustees. And I've received advice about how to approach that course as well from members of the Board of Trustees, no governors or no other people that you mentioned in that regard.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just to follow up then. Based on that advice, you went ahead and made a decision. That decision, and I don't disagree with part of your rationale for doing it. We can keep the subject. And associated with that decision, I think you were provided some pretty sound advice. Constituents that I represent are very alarmed at that decision based on perception. And I have to deal with the perception, maybe not necessarily the situation. Here's the perception that I'm doing. That decision that you made tremendous damage to the university. I've heard that over and over. And I understand you've made some extraordinary changes to the curriculum and how the course is going to be taught. And I commend you for doing so, because I think it says that you heard what I'm telling you now. This is an issue around the state. The question I have is, what is the procedure going forward that we don't run into this situation again in the future? Is there a procedure or is there an outcome? What's the lesson that we're going to take away? You as the dean, what is the lesson that you've taken away? Is there something that's going to change, or are we going to end up a year from now with the same type of situation? I need to understand that there is a lesson that was learned, what that lesson is, what the remedy is, if there is no remedy.
Thank you, Senator Hickson. Mr. Chairman, I think the lesson here is that we can always do a better job of vetting candidates who are teaching at the College of Law from my perspective as dean. Most faculty decisions are, most hiring decisions are also faculty decisions in a shared governance environment. So in coordinating with the faculty, as far as internal procedures go, we can have more in-depth conversations about the people we hire at the College of Law. But we also have to, Wyoming, I've lived here 7 years, and it's very difficult to recruit highly qualified legal faculty here at the University of Wyoming to come to Laramie, Wyoming, and live and move their roots. So we have to reach and expand the spectrum of knowledge and reach out as far as we can to get the best candidates to come to Wyoming. But we're somewhat limited geographically in who we can ultimately reel in when we go fishing for candidates. So we have needs at the law school, and we have to meet those needs, and accreditation standards that we have to comply with as well. But I am sensitive to the external impact of anything and everything that we do at the College of Law, and I can commit to the fact that we will take more time and be extra sensitive in every hire, whether it's a temporary adjunct or a full-time faculty position long-term at the College of Law.
Thank you.
So I appreciate your testimony. And, it's the two of us who are sitting up here are the co-chairs. We're both lawyers, and we both know instances of having political differences of faculty versus what some folks who were born and raised in Wyoming are. But to me, to be a good lawyer, you have to hear from both sides. You have to understand how the other side thinks. And more importantly, you have to understand the rule of law and how it works and how you apply it. Some of the best teachers I had at UW Law School were liberal folks who did not really, who spent part of their lifetime after they left fighting environmental issues that were detrimental to our industry here. But as instructors, they were great people and they were great human beings. And so as long as we keep the balance that's talked about in the letter that you received, and we focus on teaching, then that's what really our goals and obligations ought to be. And then when we need folks like Senator Hicks to help eliminate or take care of that perception, because that's an important thing as well. But what's amazing about the School of Law is that 60 or 70% of all the lawyers practicing in Wyoming graduated from that school. And there's no other professional college that can come even close to that. And we have a wonderful practice of law in Wyoming that is courteous, that's friendly, professional, and it's much better practicing here than about any place else in the United States. And I've done it in a lot of other places. The camaraderie, the relationships are amazing. And we are almost hook, line, and sinker, fairly conservative folks. And so I think having a few liberal teachers hasn't really changed the skin on these cats. We are who we are. We're Wyomingites and we love Wyoming. So we just want the best teachers possible and working with us in the legislature to help those perceptions. So we appreciate your help and your service.
Thank you. Another lawyer wants to talk? Okay, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chair, I know people want this meeting to keep on going, so that's why I'm talking. I just want to say, I would echo the comments of the co-chairman that I don't judge a lawyer by who their clients are, just as I would not want just as my clients don't want their reputations tarnished by their association with me. So on a completely different topic, just briefly, and I'll end it with, do you agree? So we don't, Mr. Carbon, different topic. I think to carry out President Seidel's vision for this focus on technology, school of computing, all these things that are quite visionary, I think there needs to be a law school component too, and maybe a clinic component that focuses on intellectual property, because right now, intellectual property lawyers in Wyoming are quite scarce. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from members of our committee? Thank you very much, President Slidell. Thank you, Dean. We appreciate you. Thanks for coming over. Is there, I guess we need to take public comment on item 12. Public comment on item 12. Come on up. Okay, now that we've, okay. President. Right. Come on, Colonel, let's move it along. We want to get out of here. We've got work to do still. I'm doing well. How are you? I was over in Saratoga, but I didn't see you. You're probably at work. Thank you.
Hey, Drew. Sold the house in Saratoga.
Arizona. Okay. All right. Am I ready to hand this again? We got to finish. Good to see you. I'm more likely to see you. We've got let's come back to order so we can finish up our committee business. Thank you, trustee. Thank you, Jeff. See you. Yep. You ignore me now just like you used to, Kermit. Nothing's changed.
Sorry, Travis, we all jumped up because we didn't see you jump up.
Hello, Travis.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Travis Detai. I'm the executive director of the Wyoming Mining Association, and realizing that I am the last one standing here, I will try to be brief. First of all, I would just like to thank Dean Alexander for his comments, and I look forward to his response. We still stand beside our letter. In particular, the way the original syllabus was written and posted on their website. That was our cause of concern. It remains our cause of concern, and we stand by our letter, and I look forward to his response. I have not seen it yet. I want to also say I appreciate President Seidel and Provost Carmen coming today to talk about the Mr. Chairman, thank you. I do appreciate President Seidel and Provost Carmen speaking briefly about the reorganization proposal for the University of Wyoming. And I appreciate the chance to get up here and say a few things, because I'll be very frank, it's been very hard to get our concerns heard. And I think our soda ash operators might take a little bit of an exception that they were consulted on this, because we have real concerns with the proposal as written and as published originally by the University of Wyoming. We are working to get comments put together so that we can get them to the provost and the president. I'm going to kind of go through some of these things right now. I appreciate Senator Hicks pointing out the outlet for public input on the website is not friendly. It is not conducive to critical comments or critical input. It's frustrating, and we're looking for a way to get our concerns heard before this decision is made. We feel it's going very, very fast. We don't feel like we've been, stakeholders have been pulled into the discussion. You know, it's great to hear the president say that we're looking to make our colleges stronger. We're looking to make our departments stronger. We appreciate that. We'd like to know how. We'd like to know the how and the why. As of now, I'll put it right out there. My member companies are opposed to the proposed reorganization and restructuring plan. We may not be opposed once we sit down with these guys and get some input on it and get the why they're doing it and where the benefits may be. The communication and it hasn't come about yet. Working with some other stakeholders, the Wyoming Business Alliance, the Stock Growers Association, we're working to try to get some of those sit-down meetings with the administration to kind of talk through some of these changes. But those have yet to come about. I'm hopeful that we can sit down and have those discussions. But very briefly, recognizing that I don't have a lot of time and that everyone wants to get home. I don't often have a chance to testify before the Appropriations Committee. So I'll just kind of let you know a little bit about us. The Mining Association, we're a straight right trade organization, and we advocate for 28 mining companies producing bentonite, coal, trona, and uranium. We also are representing companies right now pursuing exploration and development of rare earth minerals and gold, which is exciting. Through our associate member organization, we represent 120 companies, one railroad, and 2 electrical co-ops and 200 individual members. These are the companies that provide service and support to the mines. Particular to the discussion here today, we represent the explosives companies, and they have a real concern with the restructuring of the chemical engineering program. So, you know, there's a lot at stake and a lot of vested interest in these proposals. First and foremost, the discontinuation or reduction of departments and the loss of applied focus. As announced by the university, the proposal would discontinue the departments of chemical engineering, electrical engineering, and computer engineering. Discontinuance, by my understanding from discussions with some folks at the University of Wyoming, that would necessitate the termination of all department faculty and staff, resulting in the loss of highly trained and experienced academic body.
Hold on, Travis. You haven't read the current information that's on the website, because it explains every one of those and it walks through them individually, and they're not doing anything that you just said. So
The
I think you
discontinuance,
need-
Mr. Chairman?
I think you need to go to their website and read through it, because your letter was had numerous misrepresentations, and what you're saying right now has numerous misrepresentations, and I don't appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Representative Nicholas, I'm going by what I see on their website. And if it's changed, if it's been updated,
I don't know the answer to that, but I've been looking at it all afternoon, and what you're saying is inconsistent with what they say, and it's inconsistent with what the president just told us.
Mr. Chairman, your point is taken. Our concern still stands.
So
and you- and you-
let's
and
shorten
you-
this, because we are all concerned, and I think you heard me talk about it earlier, is we want to enhance and grow the engineering department. And we will work with you in any way we can to get that done.
And I think.
And the way to get it done is to be cooperative, to go to Laramie, sit down with them and figure it out, and not write letters that don't make any sense and that have misinformation where you didn't do your homework before you wrote them.
Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully disagree. I would agree on the point that we do need to sit down and have a discussion.
Let's get back to.
So
Travis, continue.
the possible discontinuance and consolidation is concerning to my membership. The Trona soda ash industry in particular has identified a specific need in workforce recruitment. That is of the skilled workers in the chemical engineering and process control. Process control engineers are currently the hardest position to recruit within operations. To meet this need, companies have been working closely with the College of Engineering to develop the current curriculum. The process control minor was launched in the fall of 2019 with the ultimate goal of elevating this to a full bachelor's degree program. To date, Wyoming Trona companies have donated an estimated $100,000 to that effort for the equipment purchases and curriculum development. Process control is a collaborative effort between chemical engineering and electrical engineering, both slated to be discontinued and again, and then reorganized into a new department. Given the outlook for these industries' projected growth and expansion, the reorganization plan for these departments is troubling, both in terms of the industry's financial outlay on the process control program, as well as hiring qualified graduates in the near future and beyond. So that's one of the things we'll have those discussions, hopefully with the University of Wyoming and with the provost and look to address those concerns. We have also concerns with the proposed reduction of the Department of Geology and Geophysics, believing this will have a negative impact on the research being done underway at the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources right now, some of our coal research. And additionally, the Wyoming Mining Association, we work closely with the Department of Agriculture and Applied Economics on a number of important projects annually related to applied research and outreach. We are concerned that the consolidation with another department could have a negative impact on that work, particularly over time as faculty and staff retire, principally those with co-appointments in the extension. We question if the College of Business will replace these positions with the same focus of service to state ethics currently prioritized in the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Unbiased analysis is critically important to my membership, and data is used to demonstrate economic impacts of the state and of state and federal policies. Senator Hicks kind of hit on our concerns with the core land grant mission of the University of Wyoming. I won't go into that right now. Those will be in our public comments. And again, the opportunity to provide input has not been where we feel it should be. And so those are our concerns. The Wyoming Mine Association and my membership are strong supporters and partners with the University of Wyoming. And we want to see the university succeed. We want to see it grow. We want to see it thrive. And we understand the budget pressures that both the state and the university continue to face. But we believe that budget reductions can be and should be made without resorting to harming programs that are critical to the workforce and to the industry that provides a lot of the funds to the state and university budgets. From the outside looking in, it would appear that workforce training needs are taking a back seat to a new model. And again, we've not been privy to any details. And we recognize that the possible reconfiguration plan may offer benefits to the industry. However, there's a lack of clarity and we have not been adequately informed, and we would welcome the conversation and we look forward to it. And we appreciate the opportunity to comment. And Representative Nicholas, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your concerns too. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just briefly, Mr. Detai, thank you so much. Tell me again about the process engineering program. Is it your concern that if the chemical engineering department is eliminated, that this process, these process engineering positions will fall by the wayside? Is that the concern?
Mr. Chairman, I think the concern from my membership is the uncertainty of what's going to happen. They've made a financial layout, outlay, they've been working with the department, and they're just concerned about what's going to happen. Again, I don't think the outreach to the industry has been there as appropriate. And I just think they're concerned, and we're glad that the president and his crew are going out there in the coming weeks to discuss it.
Let me just ask a quick question. John, are you still out there? John, can you hear me?
Mr. Chairman, I can hear you.
Excuse me, Dave. Yeah, John McKinley. John McKinley. Can you hear me? I was right.
Mr. Chairman, I can hear you.
Your mouth's not moving. How can you be talking?
Mr. Chairman, I can hear you and see you.
Okay, well, hey, can you help us with this a little bit? Can you help Mr. Detai and some of the industry folks to be able to sit down with some folks that are in the process of this reorganization and reimagining of the university? Can you help us with that a little bit?
Mr. Chairman, I can't do it this evening, but I would be happy to assist in arranging meetings with Mr. Detai and UW administration. So everybody has a more informed understanding of the plans going forward and the process, and everybody is able to provide input. So we end up with a good result at the end when it's presented to the trustees in November.
Thank you, John. And I do want you to have a good time at deer camp and to come back safely.
Are you liking the blue sky behind me?
Yeah, I'm liking, yeah, I do. I am. I'm assuming you're at deer camp because I know you live, I know your house has curtains and not tarps.
I am 20 feet from the Bondurant Library sitting outside because it's so nice.
Good. Good. All right. Hey, thank you for that. We'll, you know, Travis, you know John, don't you?
Mr. Chairman, I don't, but I'm happy to meet him at some time. And I will, we do have other folks at the university working to arrange those meetings as well.
Great. And John's a trustee, and that's why, and he's here, and that's why I asked him maybe if he'd help you out. So make sure we get the communication we want. We want, I think we all do want a very strong engineering department. We want just the land grant to be, and you know, we're open-minded. Well, if there's a better way to get this done, we'll entertain, we'll figure about it. We'll entertain it, but it's important we understand what it is because
Mr. Chairman,
what they do is so vital to all of us.
Mr. Chairman, I couldn't agree more. And once it's explained and once they walk through some of this stuff with us, we may not have a problem with it. It may be all good, but the way it stands right now, from the information that we're able to see, we're concerned about it.
All right. Thank you very much.
I appreciate the committee's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this last item? Any other public comment on this last
So
item?
I just want to, I think that probably most of the people on this committee wouldn't mind taking a half a day and going over to Laramie at some point in time in the next couple of weeks to do the same thing and so we can get a clearer picture of all these questions and
Can we
issues.
zoom in?
Yeah, we could probably zoom in. But so just put that on your radar and let's see what we can work out.
Mr. Chairman, if we zoom in, do we have to have a blue tarp?
Maybe John will loan you his.
I've got green, but I can't find blue in
Yeah,
there.
I got green and orange and blue. He said he was in Bondurant. Deer camp was my observation. Okay, anything else? All right. All right, committee, that concludes that. We've got a couple things I think we need to talk about briefly. We need to go back and talk about staff directives on the various items that we talked about today. And other, so maybe just you and I visit about that. Okay, all right. So with that, let's go back and you want to stand up and stretch your legs while we go back through this. Going back through on pension, fire pension fire A pension plan. Do you have any particular staff committee direction or committee directives on staff or where we want to go from here? I know our working group's got some more work to do, but is there something else that you would like to do? Bob, you talked about sending out a letter earlier.
Yeah, I think it might be. Specifically asking them for their comments. We're never going to see more than what they're not getting it. We want to hear from them. Many of them are not. And I think there's a disparity of comments. So this is one way. Well, and as part of that, I think it would be useful for us to include so a little bit. That's basically we've already paid that.
Oh, so the letter would be that, and take Polly's memo and just kind of condense that down a little bit further. So we maybe get down to a page, one page type of thing. Representative Schwartz, Andy, now that we're just talking about,
You can just call me Representative Andy. That's
Okay.
a compromise. I'm good with the first part of this, an informative letter explaining the history. I think if we're going to ask for comments, we need to put some parameters on it so that just let them know, how do you feel about, getting rid of the COLA, specifically to spousal benefits, other reductions in benefits, rather than just opening the door for any comments, because I think it could be useful, but I want to make sure it will be useful.
Mr. Chairman.
yes, Ms. Vice President, yes, Larry.
Along this discussion, I just wonder if there's any interest in the committee of exploring lump sum. And so I had a conversation with the directors. WRS maintains a 457B program right now. They would just take that lump sum. It's a retirement program. WRS does the investment, does allow those individuals to go ahead and pick to a certain degree, 10 or 12 type of investments they can go into. There's a little bit of that self-directed component. He thought that might be a feasible alternative. Do we want to even go down that road, look at that as a potential option? I look at it as from a beneficiary standpoint, it's a pension. Under the current program, you're going to get $60,000 a year under a self-directed IRA. If you set your amount that you can withdraw out of your pension. But for those individuals that have higher cost healthcare needs or whatever those needs, they could actually withdraw more out of their own personal account to address their financial situation and then deal with that. But at least on the initial cut of the tax implications, a discussion with the director, there would be probably 0 tax implications. It looks like it could potentially be a feasible alternative, but we also would need to run and look and see actually what would that do with the state contribution under the lump sum. You know, the back of the napkin stuff that I was working on with Representative Simpson stuff, it made one-time infusion of some dollars when we do that. We still have a pension plan, or self-directed, also additional flexibility. But is that a concept that we even want to explore?
Mr. Chairman, I've run the numbers, and if we infused 48 million into the program, we could literally write a $500,000 check out to 260 people. And I don't know that this is, because all it would take is one to sue us because it's not a true pension program. But if we cashed them out and sent it into their own 401k concept so that they could then make decisions of how they wanted to pull that money out, the people, the oldest part of that population ought to jump on that in a heartbeat. And the younger group of that population, like the gentleman that was behind me, he hasn't turned 65 yet. He'd probably be opposed to that because he's going to pull a lot more than that with his life expectancy. But I think it's worth at least discussing with their group. 48 million. And if the city's paid 20% of that, that's a whole lot less money than what we're talking about, it hundreds of millions of dollars to fund the program for the next 20 years. Those are my thoughts.
Okay. Andy?
I mean, I'm a little concerned. I'd want to see some actuarial projections, because if you've got all, as Evan referred to, all the people that are 85 and older go, yeah, I'll take the $500,000, but nobody else does, it's going to wind up being more expensive to the state.
It's a one-time expenditure.
Okay, yeah, because if there's but okay, I'd be willing to look at the numbers. Let's put it that way.
And that's what I'm just asking for, is to have WRS look at it, feasibility, what's it gonna take, cost, actuarially.
Mr. Chairman.
You want to include that in the comment?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I think you could make it, make it really complicated. You could have a lump sum payout that's not the same for everybody. It's really, your lump sum payout is less if you're 85 than if you're 65. I mean, you could do it that way. It gets complicated quickly. And then when people sign up for this lump sum payout, they waive their right to, sue based upon some violation of the pension.
Yeah, I mean, you could do a discounted value based on your life expectancy for a payout.
They're vested in the program. As long as they're vested, it doesn't matter whether it's 20 or 30, they're vested.
They're vested at that rate from the first-class fireman.
Yeah, I don't know if they do or do not. It may be, so you'd do the math.
Yeah, I mean, they got X amount of a first class when they retired, and now it's been modified by COLA. That's where you're at. So it's all over.
Here's the rationale that I come up with. We know the vagaries of the market. I'd like to resolve this issue. If there is an option to do a lump sum payment within the 457B program, you're still going to draw interest. They can choose what their disbursements are, but it's done. The problem's been solved.
So is yours, is everybody, are you thinking opt-in? Are you thinking everybody just end it and pay them off? Or are you thinking that there's some kind of opt-in, opt-out?
Just initially, my gut feeling is you do the whole thing. You do it all or not. It just exacerbates the problem. It's just an idea at this point in time to explore the concept. And getting back to Representative Schwartz's, let's look at some numbers and see if it's feasible and what it does. It's information.
It doesn't hurt to run an analysis. They'll have to look at years of service. And it's also periodic, because what the first class made in when they were, was different in 1987 and 1992 and 2014 when we still had retirees. So it's, they would have to figure out some type of an algorithm that would, you take a certain amount of money, you'd say 50,000, 50 million or whatever it is, plug it into that, and it would, and life expectancy, probably, all of those things would come up with a different number for every individual. They could do that. And that could be, it would be a useful tool just to understand.
Okay.
We just have to see how difficult it would be for them to do that. And I presume they're listening, so they'll, we can have that communication.
Don?
One question about the amount, because that will be a fixed number in the analysis, and the others will be variable. Is the amount that you're looking at $48 million plus the balance currently in the account, which is 80 million, so a total of 120 distributed?
So
I think that's an assumption that we start with. It would be,
So I think what will happen, Don, is they'll create the algorithm and you can put any number into, kind of like the current one they got now. So you can have 80 million, you can have 120 million, 160 million.
yeah, and that will show you how much based on each category would go into their lump sum payout into the 457B
And-
program.
And if it's not doable, they can tell us it's not doable.
Yeah, pretty quickly.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Anything
don't-
else on Fireman A?
To me, in
Go ahead.
terms of the proposed legislation that we had, the blanks, certainly the COLA has got to go away. I think we're all that opinion that they've offered that. I think we've got to go back to the municipalities that are, they belong to, that is their own retirement program, and that's got to happen. We need those municipalities to pay in that 21% or whatever it is. So those are two answers that I came away with today that are pretty obvious givens.
We have mechanisms to have them pay that back, even if they don't.
Yeah,
want
we
to.
do. Although I don't know if that's correct, Mr. Chairman. Because some of those are not municipalities, some of them.
One of them.
There's one special district.
And because we don't do.
We can, we,
Distributions to special district when they have.
they're in or they're out, and we find that out, but everybody else, I think we've got a mechanism.
So I think that's all we can do.
Okay,
And
all
the
right,
working-
so.
The working group will meet again in a week or
We'll,
two.
we'll, okay. We'll do that. Anything else on monthly collection of ad valorem taxes? Because I understood that. We have potentially $500 million hole we have to fill between June and excuse me, between November and June. That's how I took the directive test.
Mr. Chairman, that delay or the accelerated payment and then the delayed payment, because there's both concepts here, was contemplated in the legislation previously, and you put in a loan mechanism for both the school foundation program and for counties. At the time, a few things have changed. There may be a need to increase that loan amount, but there are also factors that are reducing that loan amount. For example, when Lincoln and Sublette County removed themselves even partially from that, those are large taxpayers. So they bring down the need for a loan. Prices are higher now. So actually that is helping us because the loan amount is for the old years, if you will. And if prices continue to remain robust in calendar year 2022, when the monthly payment starts, that reduces the amount for a loan. So we might need to tweak that a little bit, but the school districts are responding to our inquiries, the counties are responding. I don't think it'll be a significant change.
What do we have in that? What did we have in the original?
Mr. Chairman, I believe there was an appropriation to the school foundation program in the $40 million range and a loan amount to counties in the $20 million range. Now, keep in mind, that's an offset amount because they're still going to get 8% per year of the deferred taxes. Plus they will start receiving. So it's really not that 600 or was it $400 million?
It was 616.
So Don, I think what we need is a short memo to regurgitate what she talked about. So, because we don't fully understand some of this.
Yeah, I mean, if we need, I mean, depending on that number, that's a pretty, that's, what I'm looking at is at the end of the day, within 24 months, I think it pretty much washes out, but there's significant cash flow issue that arises if that's if we haven't appropriated enough, or we think that's going to be significantly more than what we appropriate. That's a significant cash flow item that, like I say, I think there's only an exposure for about 6 months or so. But.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just Don, a follow-up, weren't those appropriations in the law that's coming up, the LSRA?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And let me correct myself. I pulled up the adopted law. It was $26 million appropriation to the K-12 and 16.7 for counties.
Okay. I was in a bunch of 16, but I remember. So it's a bit light.
Well, it might not be. That's what we need to
Might
find
not
out.
be.
I mean, we need
If
to,
there's anything you can do to kind of hone that down, so we need to get that on people's radars. Particularly for cash.
we need a
management.
schematic to break down everything that she just kind of said, to understand it so we can re-articulate it and know what we're talking about.
Mr. Chairman, we can't do that. And we prepared a monthly analysis for that. So we have it on hand. Some things have changed. And the largest thing is her proposed language changes the delayed payments to counties by 1 month. So that's actually an increase of 33% on this loan. Because previously there were, under the current law that was adopted, counties would have received 3 months of ad valorem tax payments in fiscal year 2022, the current fiscal year, or excuse me, they would have received 4 months, March, April, May, and June. Under the proposal that she circulated today, it moves that March payment to April. So it would be April, May, and June, which would reduce the amounts available to counties by 25%. So that would be part of the fiscal impact of any subsequent legislation changing those dates.
So we need help.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Anything else on the ad valorem tax? Right. The public work contracting. You need
draft bill ready to consider it the next week.
Okay, thank you. Anything on lunch? No, wait. Enterprise technology on the IT projects and the consultant. Other than, I kind of went, huh? I'm sure that's how that's going to help us. Not exactly sure what we would do there.
We'll learn more when they bring somebody he's talking about.
Then what about the RIS, Transportation Revenue Information System? Any particular issues on that? Yeah, I was wondering what that was, and he looked. So he said, didn't he say Park County is the second most of all counties? That's what he said. I was wondering what this number was. It was so prohibitive, and so the $1,000 included both the subscription fee plus the individual hit fee. So but hey, I guess if they. Tell them how to run their counties.
So is it
Anything
really
else
and
on
Mr.
RIS that we need to give?
I mean, is it really true that there are 10 counties that don't access the system at all? That just seems odd to me.
No, that's not.
I think he
Right.
said they didn't do enough hits to even register.
It's automatic
Their
for elections,
uses
for
so
jury.
light that it doesn't show up as their usage is less than 0.3%. Isn't that what? Something like that. So he doesn't know because he only knows if it uses at least 0.3% of the use. So we don't know. maybe that's, maybe we could, Waco is really quick. Maybe we could ask Waco to do a quick survey for us.
But I think we need to wait for the RFP and see what it says.
Anything on CARES or on the CARES Act or ARPA Act? Okay.
So I think that they'll present to us again in October. And what we'll need to do is create some type of a spreadsheet, Excel or whatever on the different requests that are out there and have more discussions about timing of dollars available. And because we have the strike force wish list, we've got other agency wish list. We're going to need all of those on a single platform so we can do total number of dollars and yeah, let's start weeding it down.
Just thought of something back on the monthly collection of ad valorem taxes. On that list, I mean, it seems to me that either minerals revenue or appropriations can take that up. What's your pleasure? Should we take that up or should we refer that to, the reason revenue would be, I mean, Cal Case was one of the big drivers behind that whole model. That's why particularly revenue comes to mind, but obviously minerals has been in the middle of it. And obviously has effects on the budget. So do we want to take that on? Should we ask management council to refer that to somebody? How do you want to do that? Mr. Vice President.
Fair enough. Don will let you experiment.
All right. And that gets us down to University of Wyoming. I think anything other than that, we've asked for the additional information and with that, we've got Travis, going to get some help on getting an audience with the provost and the folks that are working on that. Anything else with respect to the university that we would like this committee to do or staff to do on our behalf? If you wake up, if you bolt upright tonight in bed and say, oh, you have an epiphany, let us know and we'll.
Well, who all would like to either be there via Zoom or personally to kind of walk through it with them? I'd love to.
I just don't, I'm just so swamped.
And if we could do it on a weekend.
Sunday morning about 9:30.
We'll see what they come up with.
I'll give me a church for a little while. So yeah. Anyway.
But
time rather than chasing the backside. With this consultant contract that we have, we're asking for them to be able to do all the qualifications, make sure everything's done, everything's properly prepared, all the funding sources that are flying. That was one of the driving forces for having a consultant. Along the lines of Representative Walters, I didn't signal in the budget amount how much we expect this to cost us. That's silent. So we'll be looking at these proposals. In the document that we provided the U.S. Treasury too, we said this is subject to change, this amount that we have in the project.
well, the CARES Act or ARPA dollars are going to pay for it.
That's correct. But
So what is Plan B on tax credit, the unemployment tax credit? What's Plan B if
ARPA,
yeah, ARPA?
yeah. We're putting a lot of pressure on getting a decision that we need. Because there's just a lot of stuff that it's a lot more convenient for us to do this with that obligation than it is to resurrect and then do transactions back.
Amen. All right. Larry?
Assuming that Congress does something.
They come over now?
Is there enough?
Might as well.
So that's the intent, is to be prepared with consultants to pick up the contract amount. We don't have guidance, the infrastructure, which will have late guidance. And one of the reasons why we didn't get this contract on the street as early as we wanted to is we waited for the template for the reporting requirements. So we didn't get until the template on. So yeah, we anticipate that we're going to.
Okay, we better adjourn before our committee's gone. It's just they're leaving like, they're leaving.
That's gonna have to be a substitute voting member.
Yeah, we don't have enough people to adjourn. Anyway, Don.
Mr. Chairman, and I will send an email out here, just a handful of housekeeping items. Your next meeting is Monday, October 11th by Zoom only. That is a joint meeting on the ECA with the Joint Education Committee. Usually we have that separated. Your next in-person meeting is Monday, October 25th. That's a one-day meeting. I'm anticipating the items that you discussed today, Fire A, Public Works Construction, ARP Act, as well as the Craig report and potentially a DOR monthly ad valorem payment. I will also email you again your agency assignments and probably begin emails weekly on general budget issues. That's what we've done in the past in terms of a training exercise for particularly the newer employees. Don't need to read them if you don't want, but I'll offer a short tutorial each week or every other week. In your packets, you also have a letter from the Joint TRW Committee requesting funding for 3 FTEs in the Gaming Commission. And one last item, if you could submit your vouchers to the chairs. Thank you.
Yeah, what room is it in? What room is Captain in tomorrow? What's that? I can't understand you with that mask on. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, are we adjourned so I can stop the live stream?
Move to adjourn.